Your first way to wellness.
I am no conference commissioner, but the best way to me to reach Gen Z is to give them a good on-campus game experience, right? And then you hopefully hook them as fans for the rest of their life. I mean, if I want to reach Gen Z, I make sure when they're 18 and they come to campus, the on-campus game atmosphere is the best it possibly can be.
Yeah, and I bet they probably rather have free pizza.
Probably so. And now I don't know what the answer to that is. And Brett Yormark, the Big 12 commissioner, says today that's what they're trying to do. Heck, I'm sure every conference is trying to do it, because if I hook the Alabama and Auburn and Tennessee and LSU student and Georgia student at age 18 when he gets on campus or she gets on campus, they go to as many games as they can when they're on campus. They get a job. What do they want to come back and do? Buy tickets, go to games, donate to the program.
Ultimately, take their kids to games.
Take their kids, buy gear, send their kids to their school. I mean, I would imagine most kids in the Southeast, their college experience and how much fun they have is, in a lot of ways, built around going to the college football games. Now, there's a lot of other things, frat parties, sororities, bars, things like that. But I think a lot of it starts with going to football games.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. 4 great locations. Again, bumper to bumper, anything you need for you and your family. They can handle 4 great locations. Vulcan Tire and Automotive.com for more information. Bob says free alcohol. Samuel says give them drugs.
Good Lord.
The problem with the free alcohol is not everyone's 21 plus.
That's right.
Not with the drugs.
Yeah, the drugs, no problem.
No, I was going to get to the drugs.
Too much to choose from.
21 plus, and I don't think legally you can give out free alcohol. And the drugs, well, I think that speaks for itself, right?
Yeah, I mean, I know from talking to people, they will be serving alcohol at Bryant-Denny this year. Not quite yet at Jordan-Hare, but not in the student sections, obviously. They don't even card and sell it in the student areas.
Yeah, the Jordan-Hare doesn't make any sense because we were told Plainsman Park, they sell it, right?
That's right. Now, I think at Auburn Arena, they're going to or already selling it at Auburn Arena, or excuse me, at Neville Arena.
Yeah, I mean, if you've already experimented with it, I don't know why you just wouldn't take it to the next level.
Yeah.
Actually make money with it.
Yeah, I don't know why you're not selling it at Jordan-Hare. It's not draft, it's can. So it seems really, really easy. I don't know what the holdup is at Jordan-Hare.
Samuel says this is why the next round will never reach Gen Z.
That's
because
right.
we don't hand out free drugs.
Giving away free drugs and alcohol. We are your drug.
If you come up here, I'll pour you a beer.
That's right. Our show is your drug.
I don't have any drugs up here, though.
One more thing before we wrap up after Lance tells us about Bromberg's.
Yeah, our friends at Bromberg starting tomorrow, their market day sale. It's at the Mountain Brook location only. It's going to be tomorrow through Saturday, 20 to 75% off select jewelry, watches, giftware, only at the Mountain Brook location. They're going to be opening early this Saturday, 8:30 a.m. Shop early for the best selections. Again, if you're in the market for any kind of jewelry, watches, giftware, this is the time to shop it at Bromberg's Mountain Brook location. For more information, brombergs.com.
The Pro Football Hall of Fame is going to induct from their seniors committee. These are players that aren't in. Their time has expired, so the seniors committee will vote a guy in. I think the most obvious one on the list is Roger Craig, the former San Francisco 49ers running back. I mean, would you think he's deserving of the Pro Football Hall of Fame? As a seniors now, this is, his time on the ballot's expired. These are the people that are voting for the seniors in.
Oh, oof.
Ken Anderson, the quarterback from Cincinnati's on there. Otis Anderson, the running back. Carl Banks. Carl Banks is a good player.
Yeah, Carl Banks and Roger Craig are close.
Steve Mongo McMichael.
No.
Tommy Nobis. Steve Tasker. He was such a good special teams player, too.
I'll never forget. Got thrown out of his last game.
Yeah, Mark Clayton, one of my favorite Dolphins of all time. I'm not certain he deserves it.
I don't think he is.
Everson Walls. Everson Walls is the guy I would have told you maybe he is in the Hall of Fame.
I would have thought maybe so, too.
Clay Matthews Jr., the linebacker, played for years with Green Bay.
I don't think so.
No, not Green Bay.
Played for my Rams, too.
Yeah. Anyway, Billy White Shoes Johnson. I don't know that he deserves Joe Jacoby, he was a good offensive lineman.
He was.
Those guys are all up right now. Lester Hayes, former cornerback. All right, we're back with you tomorrow. Have a great afternoon.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Back with you live now on a Thursday. Looking forward to the weekend and SEC Media Days coming up next week. We'll travel up on Sunday, as you've heard. Special programming all week long. Our live show every day will be 2 to 5 Central, 3 to 6 Eastern time from Nashville. So a little programming alert for next week for all you viewers who are with us live every day. It's 2 to 5 next week live. With doesn't mean you won't get anything during this 4-hour period normally. We'll be just kicking out some recorded interviews from our studio up there in Nashville. We look forward to that. Football season's upon us. We're into Big 12 Media Days. The countdown is on 44 days until we actually play games. We'll get to all that. I reached a golf limit, personal golf limit. 72 holes in 40 hours is about max out of what I can do.
Oh, wow. So you couldn't be on the PGA Tour?
No, well, they do 72 and 40. A little
no,
rain.
never 40.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to take bad weather for that to happen.
Okay,
Yeah.
let me rephrase.
Okay.
I can't do 72 holes in 40 hours without getting paid. If you're paying me
that
money,
probably changes it a little bit.
I do it every day.
I've never understood how you guys play 36 in a day.
I love it. I mean, there's days I've played more than 36. Love it.
I love
I'd
that.
do it every day if I could.
Cherokee, North Carolina, by the way, it looks like it, I assumed it looked in 1977 everywhere there except for this huge Harrah's thing that has 4 towers of hotel rooms, a Las Vegas huge casino, and this beautiful golf course, Sequoia National, which is so hilly, LTs, the golf carts are basically ATVs. They're gas-powered golf carts with no governors.
So let me guess, when you were going up the hill, you were a little nervous.
No, you could not. No, going up the hill was not nervous at all because you were going 2 miles an hour. It was like a roller coaster. It was like you got to the top. Now going down with my buddies who like to
drink
hit
and
the heavy Bud Lights.
Be daredevils.
Yeah. No governors on those things going down a curvy hill. It was a fun trip, though. Thanks for letting me have a few days off.
Oh, you're welcome, Jim. They used to let you smoke heaters inside the casino there at Harrah's. Do they still do that?
You can still smoke.
Some casinos, I mean, even in Vegas, like
I think it's frowned on.
Last time I was in there, and it's been a long time ago, you could still smoke heaters, and that was one of the reasons I didn't go back last time I was up in that area. It was just a fog of smoke. It was awful.
Yeah.
I think you still can, like at Silver Star. I know the Aria was the last place I saw in Vegas where you could smoke.
Where's the last place you've been where the smoking is allowed, like inside? I can't even remember the last time I've been to a place. I can too.
It was Vegas Casino. Is the last place I've been.
The thing with Vegas is you got so many Europeans and so many Asians, and it's so normal for them to smoke everywhere.
Yeah.
So you gotta bend the rules a little bit.
Smoke in, breast out. That's your European style, right?
I mean, Vegas bends the rules for everything, right?
They really do.
They do. But it is a good trip. It is tobacco-free. Thank you. Lunsford, I never found the poker room, though. I looked and looked and looked. Great sports book, and I'm told the poker room is close to the sports book, but I never found it.
Yeah, it's a big place. The thing is, it's bigger than most Vegas.
Yeah,
Harrah's is quite large. I did notice that, Lunsford.
I'm surprised they didn't welcome you. Like, when you get to the airport and they've got like the guy with the limo or the car service, Mr. Dunaway. They weren't standing outside the poker room.
No, I only lost $200 in 3 nights in the casino.
Hey, you count that as a win and go, right?
Yeah, that's great for me. I made up a little money on 3-card poker and blackjack. Not that I knew anything what I was doing, just my buddies. I'd look every hand. I'd be like, do I hit this? Do I hold this? Hit this? Hold this? Every time. And they would do these signs to me. But I will tell you, the first night I didn't gamble at all, Lunsford. Rockstar, you tell me if this is bad. I take my ATM card. I have to get a little cash out. I go up to the ATM. and I can't figure out where to put my card in. And so I go back to the table. My buddy's like, "Where's Benny Mac? Where's your cash, man? You gonna jump in the game with us?" And I was like, I couldn't figure out where to put my card in the ATM. And he's like, "Well, if you're 0-1 versus the ATM, you probably shouldn't gamble. Just watch tonight. Just quit."
I'm gambling so bad they wouldn't give me my money.
If the ATM beat you, you probably have had a little too much to drink.
You know, the ATM, I know it's still a thing in casinos, but does anybody use an ATM anymore?
I can't really tell you the last time I've used one. I mean, people still do, obviously. I just can't tell you the last time I've used one.
I think it's been 20, 25 years for me.
Yeah,
but
you're not typical in that discussion. I mean,
no, I'm not.
Because 25 years ago, everybody was using them, and you weren't.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've talked to people that have never used an ATM before.
Yeah.
Oh, the cigar room. I didn't even know they had one. Jay Pear says he always gets convinced to go to the cigar room. I just smoked a cigar the other night.
When I met Furman in Vegas, he drugged me to some cigar room. Ugh. Yeah. That smell.
That's what Jay Pear says. I taste it for 2 days.
No, and you definitely smell like it for 2 days. You know, Brent was talking about the smell of Innisfree when we did a live show there.
I took 3 showers.
You go in a cigar room, man, you are going to smell like that forever.
Yeah, if you want to go T-shirt, Lunsford, Gym Zero, Casino ATM 1, feel free. We'll put a scoreboard sticker up there. A lot to get to on the show today. Being brought to you in part by our friends at Simpio. We'll jump into a couple of the headlines. Some surprising, not surprising, after you tell us about our friends at Simpio.
Yeah, remember the first call we made when we started this venture just a couple of years ago was to Blake and all of the fine folks at Simpio, because at Simpio, they're going to take care of the 4 pillars. That is compliance, that is HR, that is payroll, that is benefits, things we knew nothing about. Simpio, just a great, fast-growing company here in the Southeast. Make the phone call today to Blake and the guys, 205-635-7467. On average, Simpio saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of year, no annual contract. With that being said, they've got a 99% retention rate. Call today, 205-635-7467 or Simpio.com.
We'll start our coverage of Big 12 football media days coming up in segment number 2. But let's chat about a couple of headlines that are out there in the sports world here first. So college football coming up in the next segment. Last night at the ESPYs, one of the most ridiculous statements ever made, LeBron James says that he's not retiring. That day will come, but today is not that day, is the quote from LeBron James.
Was that like in the course of a speech or something, or did he just...
Well, does anybody watch the ESPYs?
I do not. That's why I'm asking the question.
Me too.
Like most of the world, I don't watch the baseball all-star game for me, and below that is the ESPYs.
Yep. So, I mean, was this like he's in the middle of a speech and he goes, "Oh, by the way, I'd just like to announce I'm not retiring"? Did he do a statement? I mean, what is this?
I didn't watch it. I read the story, Brownie.
Was there speculation he was retiring?
Yes.
Did he have to clear this up?
There had been great speculation at the end of the season that he was considering retirement.
Yeah, I had never heard it, though. I never believed it, because I think we all agree that sooner or later he wants to play with his kid. I don't know if Bronny's going to be good enough in the next couple of years to actually be on an NBA roster.
Yeah, but can you envision, though, some low tier, and I don't even know who the low rung NBA franchise is right now, the low rung franchises, signing LeBron to a deal, and the agreement being we're going to draft Bronny.
Brown there.
Now we're going to draft him in the second round.
In American sports, we've sent a small person. Back then they called them midgets. But sent a small person for, I think it was Forster's White Sox back in the old black and white days.
Yeah.
Called up to play Major League Baseball just for him to go out and bat because of the strike zone was so small.
And he walked. He drew a walk.
Was that a legit game?
It was a legit game. Yeah.
Did he run the bases after that, or did they pinch run for him?
I think they pinch ran for him. And what was the owner's name? Because he was the guy that came up with all the promotions.
That's
why
the
baseball
guy
has
that
so many
used to own
promotions.
the Barons, right? Or was he from Alabama or something like that?
It wasn't Art Clarkson.
No. This is way before Art Clarkson.
You're talking about the Oakland A's, Charlie Finley.
Yeah, I thought that's who did this.
No.
Okay.
It was the guy that did Disco Night, too.
He did Disco Night, too. Forster is your White Sox history. Do you know who used to own the White Sox back when you were just a
glimmer in an eye?
Yeah.
It's been Jerry Reinsdorf for the last 30-something years, but
So
Eddie Goodell was
Bill
Veeck.
Bill Veeck.
Bill Veeck was the guy. Okay, all right. So there you go. All right. So that was a stunt, you're saying?
Yeah.
So we've done stunts before.
And I think that's what Bronny
to sell tickets.
Bronny to the NBA would be, because you get LeBron.
Oh, it's definitely
for
a stunt.
1 year too, so you get Bronny on the roster.
And that's why I'm asking, Lance. Like, I mean, give me the worst franchise. The franchise you think is going to be the worst for the next 3, 4, 5 years.
Oh man, I mean the Hornets were one of those teams. I mean, when you look this past year,
Let me just pick one.
I don't know. San Antonio was awful, but Wembanyama's coming in.
All right, let's go Hornets. I don't really need that.
Let's just go the Pistons.
All right, let's go the Pistons. Rockstar's Pistons.
Truthfully, it could end up being the Cavaliers again. He can go full circle, go back to Cleveland.
Yeah. So, I mean, if the Pistons went to LeBron and like, hey, we'd like to sell some tickets, we'll sign you to a 2-year deal under the agreement that we're going to draft Bronny with our second-round pick.
Right.
And we are going to activate him for some games so you can actually play with him. There's no promise that he's going to have a roster spot moving forward. But if you want to actually play in a game with your son, we'll do that for you. We got to use our first-round pick on a legit player, but we're going to take Bronny in the second round, assuming he's not a legit player. I mean, maybe he develops into a first-round pick. It doesn't seem likely. I mean, you could see the Pistons doing that, right?
Yeah, or the Cavaliers.
Or the Cavaliers.
Yeah.
And
they would love to do that. Now, the problem is LeBron is going to want to pick his spot.
He is, but he's also going to have to pick it with the mindset that not everybody's going to go for this stunt.
But here's what he could do. He could talk to an organization. A lot of times teams, that second-round pick, obviously it's not guaranteed. It's flushed a lot of times.
No, there's no doubt.
Hey, if you take a flyer on Bronny, I'll sign with you guys.
Well, that's what I'm saying, but I'm saying it's going to take a bad franchise to do that.
Here's
it's going to take a bad franchise.
Or a really good franchise that can waste a second-round pick.
Yeah, but then why would they even do it to get LeBron? I mean, this is going to be washed up. You needed to retire LeBron. It's not going to make you a better team.
This is what's amazing. So only 5 guys have played 21 or more years, and only one has played 22. That's Vince Carter. So LeBron's going into year 21. LeBron averaged 29, 8, and 7. I mean, LeBron was still one of the top 10 players in basketball.
I've got the answer if you want the answer.
But how far away quickly is Bronny? He's just now going to college.
Right. He's got to play 1 year at least.
Yeah, but I mean, he's not a one-and-done level player, it doesn't appear. I mean, would he basically risk the rest of his college career just to pull this stunt with his dad?
Bediako wasn't a two-and-done player.
Well, he wasn't, and he made a huge mistake.
Yeah. But here's
potentially.
Here's your answer, okay? At some point this year, they will announce that Seattle and Las Vegas will be expansion franchises. Las Vegas will be owned in part by LeBron James. He will go and play with Las Vegas, and that's where Bronny will play.
Can he do that by rule?
I don't know the NBA.
Yeah, I don't think
rules.
he can.
Yeah. LeBron James, Las Vegas with Bronny.
Yeah, it's going to happen, and I know the sports talk thing to do is have a hot take problem with this. I really don't have a problem with it. I mean, what's the problem with it?
Oh, I don't care. Again,
I don't care. I mean, the Pistons. How many Pistons games did you watch this year?
Maybe part of 1 or 2.
Okay, so what does it hurt if the Pistons do this? They're awful. I mean, if this were happening right now, and LeBron's like, "LA, thank you, it's been amazing. I got to play with my son Bronny," and the Pistons are like, "We'll make this deal with you." If I'm a Pistons fan, I'm like, "Okay, let's do it."
Yeah, look, and LeBron drives me crazy. I still respect his game. His game is still airtight. Going into year 21. And this is not one of those situations where you see a Jerry Rice with the Seahawks. I mean, this is still a legitimate top 10, top 15-like player. And you look at the other guys that have played 21 years. Dirk was still really good at the end. Kevin Garnett was really good at the end. I don't remember the Chief, Robert Parrish, how good he was at the end.
I really don't remember. Did he finish with Boston? Or did he play for another franchise?
I can't remember. Kevin Willis, I think he was hanging on. Vince Carter was hanging on with the record 22. I think LeBron will want to set that record 22 or probably go 23. So I could see LeBron play actually 3 more years.
How about the Chief played 2 years with the Hornets and another year with the Bulls? So if you don't think you remember the end of his career, you don't because you don't remember him in the Hornets and Bulls uniform.
Well, I kind of remember the Hornets now because he played with Larry Johnson and
Kendall Gill?
Yeah, and Lonzo Mourning.
Yeah.
I mean, those were good teams, Muggsy Bogues.
Yeah, those early Hornets teams, they had it dialed in, yeah.
So that's the situation with LeBron, that announcement coming last night. And, we're big fans of a lot of entertainment here on the show. The Emmy nominations came out yesterday. They jumped into it a little bit. But the final numbers of the nominations, if you missed it, one of the shows we love so much, Succession, with 27 nominations, leads the way. The Last of Us, which you loved.
I did. I thought it was really good.
24 nominations, which you love.
But
right?
I don't think it was nominated for best drama, was it?
I didn't get to the details. I got big numbers. White Lotus, which you loved, 23 nominations, and Ted Lasso with 21 nominations. What's amazing about Succession, as you guys got into yesterday, was that all 4 leading characters are up for the same category, the best lead in a drama.
Yeah, and I said early on that it looked like Kieran Culkin is really making his mark as an actor, and I thought that he would win Best Actor in a Drama Series. But the last couple of episodes, it kind of went a different direction with him. And I thought that Jeremy Strong was so good. Kendall, yeah. Brian Cox, he's already won one. Jeff Bridges, the old man. I don't know if you guys saw that. I had to tap out. I didn't think it was that good. Bob Odenkirk, Better Call Saul, and Pedro Pascal and The Last of Us. I mean, that's a tight category. I lean that Kieran Culkin will win this, but who knows?
Succession is just one of those shows there that didn't have an obvious lead. Most shows have an obvious lead. Succession never really did.
Yeah, I didn't even think when Brian Cox was the only guy that was getting nominated for lead actor.
He didn't seem like the lead to me even. I mean, he was obviously an important character, but so were the kids. There just wasn't an obvious lead in that show, which may speak to the success of that show. I don't know.
And that's the way they described it, the 4 leads on the show. So that worked out really good for Succession, much like you thought it was. There was a historic year for them with 27 nominations.
Yeah. And I don't know how Lunsford feels about this, but Bella Ramsey, I guess she's like 19 or 20. She plays like a 12-year-old in The Last of Us. I think she will win Best Actress in a Drama Series.
Oh, wow.
Jay Moe's Succession turned out to be overrated after finishing it. Sorry, not sorry. It just wasn't his cup of tea, said him there. Not a big fan of it. Samuel adds, how did Patty Considine from House of the Dragon not make it? Lunsford not in his chair. Can't comment on that. I didn't watch House of the Dragon. Did you?
I did, but House of the Jack has started Game of Thrones, and so I've started to watch first season. This will be the 3rd time I've watched Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones is so much better than House of Dragon.
Yeah, Chase P. Ted Lasso is the show. I understand why some people like it, but it's not for me, says Chase P.
Not me either, Chase P.
Yeah,
I like
first
season.
Ted Lasso.
Yeah,
just couldn't get it, man.
John loved Breaking Bad. Tapped out on Better Call Saul.
Keep pushing, John. Keep pushing.
Yeah, Better Call Saul hasn't grabbed me the way I thought it would. I expected more out of Better Call Saul.
The last 3 or 4 seasons of Better Call Saul are right there with Breaking Bad. And it's the same action.
Yeah,
I think it's better than Breaking Bad.
And it's
Do
just
you really.
I think
I don't think it's anywhere close.
Well, would you not agree? It's just as intense.
It is. It's sometimes even more intense. I just think the writing is amazing. Better than Breaking Bad.
Wow, that is a bold statement right there, Rockstar.
In my opinion.
You've said that before, like early on in the show, so it never disappointed you.
I've said Better Call Saul was the only show that I've watched since Breaking Bad that I don't look at my phone when I'm watching it. I'm completely focused.
Rarely is the spinoff better than the original. I don't know how many examples of that we have, but that's a bold statement.
Joni and Chachi.
Our girl Ray Seahorn is up for Best Supporting Actress.
She should. She's nominated. She wasn't even nominated last year. Well, the time we had her on, she wasn't even nominated.
She's got some company, though. White Lotus. Jennifer Coolidge was really good, playing crazy again.
Yeah.
Now, she won it last year. Simona Tabasco, big fan. You remember the Italian prostitute?
Yes. She's up for something?
She's up for Best Supporting Actress. She was great in it.
She was up for anything.
And then
That's
Aubrey
quite
Plaza.
a name. Simona Tabasco is her name.
Yeah.
I like that name.
Yeah. Her brother is Stevie Sriracha.
Yeah, check out Simona
Have you
Tabasco.
back that away.
By the way, I got a Sriracha fact for you.
Oh,
ready?
do you?
Yeah.
Katie Couric or 1440
I got
News?
a Sriracha fact for you, too. You know the guy never trademarked it.
Yeah, I've heard that, yeah.
Sriracha fact after you tell us about the great folks at Hemp Hill.
Hemp Hill Services, they want to make sure that AC is up and running. Dunaway, you missed this. Mine went out this past weekend.
Can I just before you talk heating and air, okay? With them, Hemp Hill also does plumbing, right?
They do, yeah.
They do plumbing too. I'm not going to name names, but a friend of mine had a different plumbing service out, and they were fixing something, a leak in the front yard, and in the process, when they turned the main water off, turned it back on, somebody had jacked something up in the process that blew out a pipe inside his downstairs sports room.
Okay.
And by the time they got inside to turn the water off, standing water all over
Right.
everything.
Everything's
in this
ruined?
wall,
Okay.
the roof panels and everything. And I was like, what service were you using? And he told me the name. And I was like, dude, Hemp pill.
Well, did they cover the damage, that service?
Oh, of course they
Okay, well, I was about to say, I thought that's where the story was going because they refused to cover the damage. And I'm like, I think you probably have an attorney on that one.
I don't need the people's court for this one.
Yeah.
He's not going to use them again?
I would, hemp pill.
Yes.
I over and over. Hemp pill.
Yeah,
hemp
I've
pill,
never,
hemp
and
pill,
we
hemp
see
pill,
it in
hemp
the
pill.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. I get DMs about it. People that use hemp pill, they rave about these guys. They are the best. Again, my AC went down last Friday. Called Friday night. They were like, "Do we need to get somebody out tonight?" And I'm like, "No, I can make it through this tonight." They were out the very next morning, Saturday morning. Right now, Hemp Hill Services offering 0% for 60 months for qualified customers, plus free 10-year labor warranty when you mention the next round. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated, independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. Hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Okay, Chase P. Says his sriracha fact is that you can finally get it in the store again. That shortage during the pandemic suck. Well, Chase P.
Do I have news for you?
Little drought problem going on with the peppers that are the main peppers that are used in sriracha. So much so that with a likely shortage coming soon, a 12-pack box of sriracha went for $415 on eBay last night.
Okay, I like sriracha, but I ain't paying that.
That's touch steep
Yeah,
there.
$415 for a 12-pack. You're about to have a sriracha shortage again because of a drought that has impacted the peppers that go into the sriracha.
Wow.
So sad for you sriracha
That's
fans
unfortunate.
out
I do
there.
like sriracha.
It's got a little aftertaste for me. Is there any fish in it at all? Fish oil?
Actually, I think there is. I think that was part of the. There was a situation where they were making it in California.
Yeah, the Asian fella started it in L.A.
and it got shut down. Their production facility, I think, because of the smell, and I think that was part of it.
Yeah. So I can't do it. That little aftertaste ends it for me. Terry said he tried sriracha on eggs before and got sick.
Yeah.
Terry was at,
Could be the eggs.
I got to meet Terry and his son last night at Trivia.
Oh, how about that?
Yeah, me and Rocky got a picture with him. Terry came out. He had not only a TNR hat on, he also had a TNR shirt on.
One of my favorite people.
Double logoed up. I appreciate
That's right.
that. Big 12 Media Days ongoing. Oh, look, there's the picture last night. Terry there. What shirt does his son have on?
That
Fast and the Furious.
Fast and the Furious.
You know what's so funny about that? Our first round, which this is all, everything comes full circle. But the first round was Fast and Furious trivia.
Oh, his kid ought to have been dialed in.
Kid slayed it.
Yep.
But when I left the house last night, Jack and Jace were watching Fast 10. They asked me, "Hey, do you want me to wait on you to watch it?" No, thank you. I've seen 2 of them. I'm done.
I got to be
Go on.
completely focused when I watch bullshit.
Go on without me.
All right. Great night at trivia last night. We'll tell you more about our friends at Odie's later in the show. Big 12 Media Days ongoing. Last week, we told you that Texas was the pick of the media to win it. Sark had a chance to talk yesterday. A lot of Big 12 coverage coming up throughout the day as we get into the college football talking season. We're in Nashville next week with SEC Media Days. The show being brought to you today in part by our friends at Coca-Cola, makers of Coke Zero, the wonderful Sprite over there, the Sprite Lemonade that's out there that's delicious, all behind Brownie's shoulders right there, that little pink right under his elbow there.
You weren't here, Dunaway, this week. The Coca-Cola guys came up and paid us a visit. They told us, and I went and got one the other day, Mellow Yellow Zero Sugar, one of their best sellers right now.
Oh, Mellow Yellow is a Coke thing?
Yeah. Mellow Yellow
Mellow
Zero
Yellow's always
Sugar.
been a
Since the
good
beginning.
Since day one.
Hell yeah.
Mellow Yellow Zero Sugar. They said it's one of their hottest items right now. They can barely keep it in stock. So I went and found one the other day. It is phenomenal.
So my question right now is, why is it not in our cooler?
I think it will be on the next delivery
Okay,
after that discussion.
I can pick a... there's nothing I want to get rid of
Nope.
over there.
But
We
we're
need
going
a-
to find room for Mellow Yellow Zero Sugar. It's really good.
We're going to need a bigger cooler. Also brought to you by our friends at Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. From the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, this is the next round.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
The extra hours of sunshine are back on the clock, and that means it's time for golf at Timberline, a short drive from Birmingham or Montgomery. Go to timberlinegc.com, timberlinegc.com to book your tee times, schedule a lesson, or just drop by and use the TrackMan technology on the driving range. The course is always fun, in great shape, and you can even become a member. Get all the details at timberlinegc.com. It's time to get your golf on with our friends at Timberline.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
MyBookie.ag brings you our coverage of SEC Media Days 2023 live from Nashville. We'll be bringing you in-depth interviews with players, coaches, media members, and more, plus our live show every single day at a special time each afternoon. Be sure to follow us on all social media at Next Round Live so you don't miss a thing. SEC Media Days 2023 from Nashville. Also brought to you by Moore's Marinades and Wing Sauces, Precision Sports Medicine, Michelson Laser Vision, and Woodbridge Wines.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
Let's get a Bud Light poll question out here real quick before we talk college football, Big 12. I've been gone all week, so I've missed some major stuff up here since Friday to Wednesday.
We got a lot done without you here.
Yeah, and that's it's always the case, Brownie. And I'm, again, approaching retirement age. You let me know.
I will.
You let me know when it's time for me to go on off.
We talked about that.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of options in the future. Y'all let me know, and
we will.
I'll find another gig if needed.
Yep, we'll do that.
And I'll try to program right opposite of you guys so I can stab you in the eye.
Yeah, please do that.
You did that with Feinbaum, didn't you?
You could go to Christian radio, gospel radio, maybe.
Almost put you back in TV full time.
Slot in somewhere between 12 and 14.
Yeah, spin the gospel hits. Yeah,
I tried that once. I fell asleep. All right, so Brown's Testicle Festival Adventure to pay off the bracket challenge is now punishing LT and me. So we need to ask a question.
Yeah, we got to throw this out. So it did get caught up in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. And I wasn't taking a shot at Brown. Brown was just saying why we don't have a time limit on when we've got to go through with these bracket challenges.
Yeah, I literally found the next available testicle festival from when I lost the punishment.
So anyway, behind the scenes, a lot of people also have been asking when we're going back to the floor. Bam, and we talked about it this week. Hey, look, Steve Powers is doing everything in his power to try to find us accommodations and find a good time for us to come. So I randomly get a text yesterday afternoon. Hey, I've got you guys booked up for the 23rd, 24th, and 25th. So I sent you guys a text, hey, we're good to go these dates. And then Brown reminded me.
How quick did I go? Thumbs up.
The other way was thumbs up. And then I said, hey, that's Testicle Festival. That's all I said. And then Lance's response was, without context, I did not know the context of this is really the only weekend available. Lance's response was, well, since you're out, we'll just go on without you. And you can do call-ins.
People are asking about going, guys.
And you know who hit before I could even respond to that, thumbs up from this man over here. He was all in.
Oh, just thumbs up.
Yeah. Thumbs up.
You guys got it? You guys can set it up.
But here's the thing. There are multiple testicle festivals.
Well, you say that. I have been looking all morning for another one and can't really find one. This is odd, but testicle festivals don't seem to go.
That in Major League Baseball All-Star games, it's a dying breed.
It's a dying breed.
Okay, what about this? Because I did throw this out to Steve Powers. I think you guys in the back room will love this. They do a thing called Bulls on the Beach, and it's where they do a rodeo. So Steve said he could hook it up where Brown rides a bull on the beach instead of doing the testicle festival.
Okay, Forrester, microphone for Forrester here. You're sort of the new to the party. You don't get caught up in the politics of who likes who up here and all this. You're sort of new to our desperate housewife-like gang here. You tell me, is that that to me is a more entertaining punishment, having Brown on a bull
and
than
two
him.
birds, one stone. What's great, what I think is funny.
Rockstar's on to this. There's no doubt.
Well, of course I'm on to it.
Yes, I know.
Week,
it's pretty obvious.
hey, did we ever going to pay off these stake bets, these challenges?
Yeah.
And he got it booked that night.
Yeah.
Dude, you got there's a bull. There's a thing where they have a crab and it bites your pinky. It's cool as hell. And it's at where is it?
Oh, it's Floribama.
I didn't even know this, but it's at the Floribama.
And I've got a free place to stay and a bar tab.
Yeah.
I'm not getting anything out of it.
I love the Floribama as much as anyone. I love the shows we do at the Floribama. I want to do this, but I'm literally having difficulty finding another testicle festival in the entire United States of America.
Okay, do we do this? This is the Bud Light poll question. Do we allow Brown to reschedule whenever we can, and it could be a good gap of time, in order for us to be able to go on our annual Floribama trip?
But I need Taylor to word the poll question this way, because I get tired of the old, not funny tweets that Lance inspires. This is not my idea. Taylor has got to say Jim and Lance want Brown to reschedule the testicle festival. Because you point,
that's fine.
You poison the well on this.
That is not true. I don't inspire.
It's 100% true.
No, it is not. It
is. Like, well, we got to get Brown to book. If he doesn't book, he'll back out like he did that one time. And then it's a full day of tweets. Oh, I had to twist Brown's arm to get him to do it. I'm not going to do that.
Guys, help me out in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Do I inspire it, or do you guys inspire it?
And I just bring it up. Well, nobody ever tweets about it until you brought it up the other day. Then I've got tweet after tweet after tweet about it.
Dunaway has brought up Uber more than I have.
But you brought it up the other day, is my point.
Yeah, because it was in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room.
I think Dunaway brought it up.
Okay, Dunaway brought it up the other day.
When did I bring up your Powerade slur?
Yeah,
you deflected by
Lance had
like
brought it up, but Jim relit the fire.
Oh, that was just whatever y'all were pounding me about. I just got us off the.
Yeah. So anyway, so all I'm asking is that Taylor word the question. Jim and Lance want Brown to reschedule testicle festival.
Well, I'm willing to do this. Somebody brought it up over there. If we can find testicles on the Gulf, you can just have those for a couple of meals down there.
Yeah, but see, here's the deal. Okay, I've seen media people ride bulls before. There's a chance we get two birds, one stone here, because Brown could get kicked and then end up the bull is setting on Brown's face where he's actually eating the testicles of the bull.
No, I think everybody would agree.
In live 8 seconds time.
If you'll ride a live bull, I mean, I'll never say the word Uber to you again.
What did Scott say?
You've seen these media people jump on real bulls before, and they get their ass kicked. I mean, he's off in 1.5 seconds, then you get kicked in the face.
Yeah, that's only the ones you hear about. Media guys do this all the time.
What did you just say before we...
I'll never say Uber to you again.
If I do what?
If you ride a bull, a real bull.
Then we have this, we took to the poll for this punishment,
correct?
Which they picked, and now we're changing it.
That's what the audience.
So that means that the punishment is always changeable.
So here's what happened, though. Yeah, that's right. The audience selected this the first time. You didn't like the selection, so we went back to it. Then they selected it even more overwhelmingly.
But I guarantee you, if Ride a Bull would have been there, it would have been 100%.
Well, jump out of an airplane naked will be on there too.
Yeah, but I'm just saying we have an opportunity now for him to ride a bull. You guys don't think that would be better than him eating balls?
I think it would be, but it's not what the audience selected.
8 seconds that would live forever.
We did two separate polls for the punishment.
1.5 seconds.
Then I
that
think
would
we
live
should
forever.
going forward. We should not make the punishment a poll question.
How long does it take you to fall off a bull onto dirt?
I agree with that.
1.5 seconds.
I don't think it should be a poll question. I think we've got enough not great minds up here, but enough minds to come up with a punishment.
Well, nobody knows testicles around America more than Brett in New Mexico, truck driver and friend of the show.
I don't even know what that means, Brett.
Brett travels. He sees signs for testicle festivals all over the country. Brett, can you help Brown find a testicle festival?
Yes, I can. Have Taylor go back to the tweet from last Thursday after the show when you guys got heated at the end, because I missed it. I watched it last night and I texted Lance about it. I found within 5 minutes the 2 testicle festivals and the one in Bentonville was the first one. There's one in Hinton, Texas in 2 weeks.
Hinton, Texas?
In 2 weeks, man.
Yes,
That's
sir.
a quick payoff.
I believe the date was the 27th and 28th of July. But if you just Google Testicle Festival, Hinton, Texas, it should come up, and I believe it's in 2 weeks. Then you don't have to reschedule. You can go to Texas in 2 weeks, Brownie, and then you can go to the Florida.
Actually, I found one. Hang on now. The Texas Testicle Festival is August 1st, but I can't tell if that's this year or not. Give me 2 seconds, and I'll see if I can find that one.
Boy, you're going to have a busy August if this does go down.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah,
No, because you can't go to that one because you guys are going to Ocean City.
Yeah, but not August 1st or not.
Yeah.
That's not until August 8th.
Brett, thank you for your contribution, man. Appreciate that a lot.
thanks,
It's a
Brett.
few gigs where we just get to book trips.
Thank you, man.
It's
Appreciate
really busy,
it.
doesn't it?
I remember back in the day when we were working for Cumulus. Hey, is there any chance we can do this? I doubt it. We're going to have to run a corporate ladder.
Alabama's playing for the national championship. Well, we don't know if we're going to go or not. Now we're like freaking booking testicle festivals.
Gutter Cap, by the way, bringing you part of the show. A little bit more coming up. We'll get to the Big 12 Media Days in the next segment now that we've got away from the tease. Gutter Cap, though, will never tease you with having to get on that ladder again.
Yeah, look, I do want to send out a condolences. Somebody in the Gutter Cap family did pass away, Uncle Ronnie, yesterday.
No way, I didn't know this.
Yeah,
Uncle Ronnie passed?
5:07 p.m. yesterday, he did pass away. Passed away peacefully, and so my man Chris Stewart obviously really banged up about this. Very close. He was Uncle Ronnie's caretaker. So anyway, condolences. Uncle Ronnie was a great guy, and anyway, thinking about you, Chris Stewart. But if you need your gutters capped, this is the guy to call. Again, I made the call a couple of decades ago, and you will never, ever have to clean those gutters out again. 205-823-2212. That's 205-823-2212. GutterCapBirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it. Call Chris Stewart. Absolutely free estimate, lifetime warranty. 205-823-2212.
Football's coming up next segment. Sorry about the delay there. Go vote in the poll question brought to you by Bud Light. We'll settle this off the air at some point. We appreciate you guys jumping in. But just for the record, I am against Brown riding a live bull because I don't want him to get hurt. He's not my favorite Brown, but I don't want my 3 favorite Browns to be without their favorite Brown.
Right.
So I don't want him to ride the bull.
So let's here's my idea.
And by the way, I've only known one person that's died. That's Lane Frost.
He was a professional.
Should be pointed out.
I know a Birmingham media guy who got a hoof to the face. Is it called a hoof on a bull?
Yeah, it's a hoof.
I think so. Yeah, sure. We'll take it.
Yeah. He got one to the face and messed him up forever.
Here's what I'm willing to do. Let's get Steve on and find out if anybody's ever gotten hurt. I don't think they have, or they wouldn't do it anymore. So I think this is probably not the same type of bull ride Lane Frost was on.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a retired bull.
I think it's a bull that's probably without his testicles.
That's exactly what the guy in Birmingham thought too, and he got on there.
Are you talking about Dollar Bill? So he got kicked in the face by a bull?
I think that's what happened to Dollar Bill. Yeah,
he got worn out. But Tony Curry rode one, and I think he just broke his hand.
Yeah, I would much rather see you drink the mud sliders. Is that what they're called?
No.
What are they called?
The bushwhackers?
Bushwhackers.
Mud sliders.
I'd rather see you drink bushwhackers until you puke on the dance floor. That would be more entertaining to me.
No, what I would like is the bull you're going to ride, they chop the testicles, fry them that night, you eat them, and then you ride that bull that next day.
Bull.
You eat them in front of the bull.
Yeah, got him. No, I was going to say I'm willing to do both if 2 things happen. If Lance never mentions the Uber bet again, and if we find some sort of charitable cause for me riding a bull, I'll be more than happy to do something for some sort of donation to charity. on a bowl at the beach.
We'll make it like your nextround.store commercial that you
That's
run.
right. Send my kids to college.
Your kids to college.
It may be the life insurance policy that's doing that away. But I did find Fredericksburg, Texas. Testicle Festival, Rockstar was looking at it. They got a good-looking website. It says August 1st. It was in July. It was in January earlier this year, so I'm very confused by this.
Oh, it's so good they do it twice.
And maybe so.
There's 2 testicles, Brown.
But there are 2. We only cooked the left ones the first
You
time.
like the picture?
It's an eating competition.
Hey, you think that's the regular people that show up at the Texas Testicle Festival?
That looks like
they're going to the Derby.
You dress up.
Somebody designing a website was like, we need a stock photo of a man and woman looking like they're having a good time. Gotcha.
Hey, you know what I cut my testicle with? A little lemon.
Yeah.
You got to.
Please tell me that when you order a serving of testicles, they're served in a sack.
That's true.
Hey, can you zoom on that Last Supper table, Rocky, or no?
This is a very dressy testicle festival.
Yeah.
I don't know if I could do this one.
Oh, you're behind the gated community. This is right up you. And you can compete for a $100 cash prize.
$40 sign-up fee, $100 cash prize.
And you know if there's
all the testicles you can eat.
If you know if it's a bunch of guys eating testicles, they're good testicles because guys have testicles.
That's right.
Well,
all right.
I mean, just read it. It
That's
says,
a good point. Well, this is 2020, though. I clicked on to buy a ticket. It's 2020.
Music, great food underlie the planning for this event, including the sweetbreads and Rocky Mountain oysters paired nicely with some adult beverages. These things go down like butter.
They do look well prepared, Brown. This does look like 5-star testing.
I know. This is the ones I want to eat.
This is the one you need to go to. All right, quick break here. Some Big 12 football coming up on the other side. The show being brought to you by our friends at Redmont Distilling. They're talking about adult beverages there. We always remind you to drink responsibly, but Charles Barkley's company right here locally is the best vodka you're going to find, and the rest of America is starting to find that out.
Yeah, 22 states right now it's available in. Ask for it by name if they don't have it. Tell them to get it. Again, locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled. Available at your local package and ABC stores. Again, it's Redmont vodka.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
Don't miss your chance to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Open 24/7, so come on in for non-stop gaming action. You'll find the latest, hottest, most exciting games around. And you'll love the fun bonuses and big jackpots. Plus, you can watch and wager on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. Your best bet for big wins is just minutes away at Birmingham Racecourse Casino, where you can be a winner too. Birmingham Racecourse Casino off I-459, exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com.
Before LT tells us about our friends at Michelson, a quick happy birthday to my wife. We went and celebrated it because she wasn't in school. This is some pictures of Maggie. She's the good-looking one to the left. Maggie and I have been married now for 25 years. Her birthday today. Love her so much. She deserves better than me, but she has been fantastic since I met her in her early 20s. And, just the love of my life. And I appreciate her so much and everything she does for our family, and very proud of her as she pursues things at Duke and other things in her life. But happy birthday, Maggie. And she may or may not be watching right now for the first time in a long time.
Well, happy birthday, Lady Maggie. I told you I invited her up here to jump on the set with us and never got a response.
She did say that she is coming up a little bit later today.
She'll be here today.
Mm-hmm.
She responded to Rockstar, apparently.
Yeah. So Rockstar has her coming up later today. Programming you'll see at a later date. The show being brought to you by our friends at Michelson. Michelson probably could have helped Maggie early on, so she could have picked a better husband.
Yeah. Hey,
whiz.
He already said he was a bad lover. Yeah. 205-969-8100. That is the number you need to write down. Stop procrastinating. Look, if you wear the glasses, you wear the contacts, you're wasting money each and every year. I'm speaking from experience. I had the 20/200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. 20/15 vision now after the 12-minute procedure. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, best of the business. Again, 205-969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. Zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. For more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
All right, TCU was our number 17 team. You guys did this earlier this week, but Big 12 Media Days is underway. So the guy who is the runner-up national coach of the year last year, Sonny Dykes. They were the runner-ups. They got blasted by Georgia in the national championship game. Sonny jumped on and the microphone yesterday at Big 12 Media Days and had this to say about everyone not believing the Horned Frogs are still championship contenders.
It was a fun ride to go on. Those players, their level of commitment and their respect for each other was really just fun to be a part of, and it was a hell of a ride and something I'll never forget. But at the same time, we got to move forward. What happened last year is certainly not going to have any bearing on what's going to happen this year. So a big challenge for us. I think that we got a lot of eyeballs on us as we move forward, and that's what you want. You want to have high expectations for your program. You want people to pay attention. I think, everybody has slogans for their program, and I think, when you think about TCU football, our deal is we try to be, all steak and no sizzle. And I think that's kind of what we want. We want to fly under the radar a little bit. And I think it's a role that we relish, and we want to overperform and underpromise. And so that's kind of our mentality in our program.
Not to repeat everything you guys said on Monday, but the fact that they are coming off of a national championship game appearance and have, by those of us that cover the sport, such low expectations this year, that's got to be a good thing. I mean, Kirby Smart manufactured that last year. The people are saying you're going to go 7-5 after winning the national championship. I never heard that, but Kirby had his guys believing that. This guy, I don't expect much from them, but they're in a pretty good situation where they can't be too full of themselves.
They can't. I mean, it's natural. There's no reason I should expect that they could do this again, just based on this, right? Just based on this. It was a first-year head coach in a program that has never, well, I shouldn't say never, a program that has not reached near this level since 2014, okay? So it had been almost a decade since they had been anywhere close to this level. It was a first-year coach replacing a coach that was the legendary coach, but the program had gotten to the point that that coach was pretty much forced out, right?
Right.
It's a coach that in his entire history had one and he's coached a long time, Sonny Dykes.
Oh, yeah.
One double-digit win season in his entire life. They found a generational quarterback that was basically a Heisman finalist. And I, mind you, weren't even starting him to start the year, right? So why should I believe that they're going to be able to do this again? When you look at all of that combined, why would I believe they could do that 2 years in a row?
Look, last year, 4 of those wins, single digits, and we talked about the Baylor win. It was an anomaly, no doubt. They were 95th in total defense. How do you play for a national championship and you're 95th in total defense? You look at the schedule this year, we talked about it. They could lose 6 games to end the season. Front half of the season is very forgiving. Front half of the schedule, I should say. Back end is really difficult. And you know how you can tell somebody's got money and he got an extension? When you can buy a suit that you'll never wear again.
You don't think you'll wear
I mean,
that
you can't wear a lilac suit twice. Once you wear it.
Okay, pull that back up.
Once you wear it, you can't wear that again.
Well, that's school colors, right?
No, I get that, but I mean,
well, that is a unique colored suit.
Nick Saban went to that mauve, rosebud pink for spring games for a couple of times,
and that blue one too.
You know, it looks like,
and the Usher jacket, the red one. He did go back to the well on that. Most people would not go back to the well on the lilac.
I would like to know pant color here for Dykes.
Oh, it's
white. It's got to be white.
You think white?
Yeah,
No.
linen? Straight white.
Linen?
Yeah.
No, that is a custom suit, and it's
there's no way the pants are that color.
I think
that's
it's black.
sport coat.
Black pants.
No, sport coat.
cut, black pants.
Nope.
Because that's a purple tie, and it looks like a purple hued shirt with a light purple jacket. Zero chance the pants are the
His
same color as
pocket
the
square
jacket.
is taking a nap.
Yeah.
Zero chance.
He's shy.
Zero chance pants are the same
Oh,
color
I
as the
bet they
jacket.
are.
Nope.
Yeah.
I'm texting right now. I'm gonna find out.
Who you
for us.
texting?
Well, text our friend Chip Brown.
Well, I'll just do a Google search for Sonny Dykes Big 12 Media. We'll find a
okay.
picture.
By the way, here's the picture, full suit, darker pants.
Oh, there it
As
is. Yeah. Oh, Scott's got it. You didn't have to text Chip.
He's got his Nikes on too.
Yeah.
His cool young coach.
Yeah. I didn't think there's any way he was
Cool
going.
young coach.
Yeah. How old is Skip?
I mean, he's got to be in his late 50s, right?
Yeah. Wow. But I mean, the Nikes. You want to talk about trying hard.
Right.
That is the biggest try hard move of all time.
I mean, should I? Another poll question. Bud Light's behind us right now. Should Dunaway join the craze of old people wearing Nike? Should I show up at SEC Media
Oh,
Days
you already hinted to me a couple of months ago.
Should I go ahead and buy a couple of pairs this weekend?
And
And wear them
the capri pants you always talk about.
Should I wear them next week in Nashville? Buy a couple of pair.
It is the biggest try hard look when, do
they make a creamsicle color?
When old men, anybody above the age of, I don't know what age to cut this off on, that is wearing.
Yeah.
Hold on. Tight shot.
Hey, but real quick.
No, not wearing them, Lance. Wearing them with suits. That's what I was about to say. Anybody above, if you go coat and tie and Nike Dunks or Jordans or something like that, and you're above the age of 45, you're a try hard. I mean, it's a try
You're not
hard.
talking about wearing them with a suit, are you, Dunaway?
No, but
that's what Sonny's doing.
I'm gonna wear
I know that.
I'm gonna wear them with my business casual, like all the sportscasters will be doing in Nashville, men and women. That's what everybody
y'all
does.
enforced a dress code today. I don't know if I'm going to go by it.
You don't have to go by a dress code.
Dress code.
I was asking. Nobody's wearing suits, right? Nobody's wearing a coat and tie. Or
And I told
an
you
open collar
there
with
is
a sports
zero
coat.
chance you'll find me in a sport coat.
That's all I wanted to know. Did I need to pack a sports coat? That's
No,
all
I
needed
will
to
not
know.
have a sport coat.
All right, just checking. That's all I was checking. There's no dress code. A little bit more on Big 12 Media Days. Rockstar cut number 7. 07 as it's listed here. We started putting zeros.
It's very
in front
formal.
of the single-digit numbers for some reason. Why are we 0107? Is there a reason we needed
because
the double
it lines
digits?
up better for me.
Oh, it lines up.
Yes,
Okay.
it's better instead of going. I can go back and forth. Scott's been doing that. How long have you been doing that, Scott?
Months. Literally
Just making
months.
sure. Welcome back, Jim.
07. The cut here. This is the Big 12 Commissioner Brett Yormark. And Brett's been on the job for 11 months, basically. And I think he's done a wonderful job. What about you guys?
I don't know anything he's done. What's he done?
Yeah, he's held this conference together. He's got a good media deal. He's welcomed the 4 new teams in the process, and I think he says,
"What should he snub the 4 new teams?"
No, I mean, but he's brought them in at a timely fashion. He got Texas and Oklahoma in a timely fashion to pay a little money on the way out. The media deal was really good.
I don't think he's done a bad job. No, to answer your question, I don't.
As he pointed out yesterday, he's got the conference has 100,000 new followers on social media platforms, up year to year.
Bots,
wow,
bots.
100,000.
How much that cost him?
And he says on his State of the Conference address that he is looking forward to celebrating the 8 continuing programs, welcoming the 4 new programs, and he says even celebrating Texas and Oklahoma on their way out because of what they've done for the conference over the years.
That's the way to position this.
But when he gets out of the off the podium and starts taking questions, he's a little bit more pointed at Texas and Oklahoma than he playing nice on the podium. He listen in.
I'm not sure they've carried recruitment. They haven't been in the championship game here for a couple of years now, and all the other schools have done an incredible job. So I'm not sure they've been carrying recruitment for this conference. I mean, I love Texas and Oklahoma. Don't get me wrong. And like I said before, I got great relationships with them. But our schools are doing an incredible job in recruitment. Look at TCU's run last year. 80% of our teams made the bowl games last year. So everyone's in a great place.
Okay, so we didn't get the question before.
The question was about Texas and Oklahoma. You're concerned about losing them because they've carried this conference.
Yeah, and I mean he answered it like he's supposed to answer.
No, I think he's spot on in his answer.
But he is. I mean, Texas. So they get voted first by the media, which is no surprise. But I didn't realize since they split into divisions, this is the first time Texas has ever been voted by the media.
What?
Yeah,
since the Big 12 split into divisions, Texas had never been voted, or since they did away with divisions.
Yeah, since they got rid of divisions.
Okay, yeah,
since they got rid of divisions, which has still been a decent amount of time.
And think about it, they haven't won, or they haven't played. Well, I guess they haven't won one in 14 years.
Yeah. And that was his point.
Exactly.
They haven't really carried the conference. I mean, Texas hasn't played in the championship game in 14 years.
Yeah,
it's a good point.
I mean, And he does realize as he says it, boy, this sounds like a big shot because he does come back with it. Now, listen, I love Texas. And I'm not talking bad about Texas and Oklahoma, but it is truth about Texas. I don't think you can say the same about Oklahoma. I mean, Oklahoma has carried that conference.
That's the only relevant team year in, year out.
Oklahoma has carried the Big 12 banner.
Outside
last year when TCU did it. But, I mean, again, I think everybody in the world thinks that's a flash in the pan. Oklahoma has consistently been a contender under Bob Stoops and Lincoln Riley for the better part of 20 years now. They have been the flag bearer for that conference, more so than Texas or anybody else in that conference, really. I mean, Baylor's had moments, TCU's had moments, but nobody.
Iowa State's had moments.
Iowa State's had. Texas Tech had a moment under Michael Leach.
Kansas State last year.
Yeah, but nobody has done it consistently more than Oklahoma.
0 championship trophies for TCU last year. Lost the Big 12 championship. Lost
Isn't
the
that
national
crazy?
championship.
Yeah, as much as we celebrate them, they don't even have a trophy to show for it.
Just a little open space there. Yep. I don't know if they give a runner-up trophy or not. Randall says non-confrontational. Jim took a vacation to get away from LT and Ryan arguing, and they're back at it in Jim's first hour. That's not why I took a vacation. But
took a vacation to play golf, right?
Yeah, it was a nice little golf outing. Brooks says sportscasters have been going Nikes with the suit for about a decade plus now. Absolutely, that's why we make fun of it, because it is a cliche at this point, which is why I'll wear them in Nashville. I'll go get Nikes and wear them in Nashville. Just to be a cliche.
You've already ordered them, haven't you?
I have not. No. I was going to get the place you said run and buy them locally. I was going to run.
Oh, yeah, you can do that.
Yeah. I mean, I'll buy it off the rack.
I don't need to order them. Like a loser.
Yeah, I'll just buy some they have in the store there. I'm just doing it for a bit. So I can talk a little ball. I'm going to talk a little ball in Nashville wearing my Nikes.
Take your wallet.
I'm going to talk a little ball,
Hey,
man.
I'm sure Lady Maggie's going to love you on her birthday, spending her money.
Hey, I had to convince her at one point.
At one Nikes, Coach, would you guys line up in that?
Hey, did you not blow your allowance when you were out of town?
I did. But it came down at one point today, discussion on if I go and do this rock star thing, we can't go to the dinner, your birthday dinner. That was what she was saying. I don't have time to do both.
And I was like, well, punt the Rockstar thing.
No, I told her it's going to take less than 30 minutes at 1 o'clock. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, so I convinced her.
Damn, what time are y'all eating?
I convinced her to both. But Brooks, yes, I will. I'll try to get some Nikes and talk ball. And that team's got a lot of dudes. They got some dudes on that side of the ball. I'll do all that up in Nashville next week.
And always put your feet up on the desk.
Yeah.
You got to make them visible. Always lounge out.
Yeah. Sark was at the microphone yesterday. We'll talk to him. Talk a little ball with Sark coming up a little bit later in the show. Buster with baseball cranking back up is with us at 12 noon. Somewhere along the way, hopefully Bruce Feldman will join us from Big 12 Media Days. We'll let you know as soon as we know about that. The show being brought to you by our friends at Odie's, where last night the question was...
Which came first, Pinocchio or Bill Cosby?
Ooh.
Both had a lot in common, didn't they?
They lied?
Yeah. Different things grew, though.
That's true.
Yep. They both were really happy about wood. One was made of it.
I'm really happy about wood. That's all right, the Pinocchio.
I'm going to say that...
And Bill Cosby did, I don't think he celebrated a birthday yesterday, but he had a birthday yesterday.
Yeah. I'm going to say that Pinocchio, but very close by year.
Bill Cosby, 1937. Pinocchio, 1940.
Oh, wow.
The things you learn. Odie's Team Trivia. Again, we had Terry McNutt, one of our listeners, viewers. Him and his son came out last night. It was their first time. They had a ball. Make sure you mark it down every Wednesday night. We do that. And, of course, every day you can just drop by Odie's and you can enjoy their great food. And remember, Odie's Fest is this weekend. Odie's Fest Saturday night, always a good time. We were all out there, I think it was 2 years ago when Rockstar performed, Black Jacket Symphony. But OdieShindig.com for tickets on that event Saturday night. Rocky is playing Friday night. Will Dayton Rockstar.
Will's Dayton Rockstar with Jim Carter.
Are you killing him?
Murdering.
No.
Will's killing Rockstar.
Will's killing Rockstar.
Yeah, and you guys took one of your songs out of rotation that broke my heart last night. I heard you guys talking about it.
We couldn't get it right.
But
Shot
again,
through the heart?
No.
Yep.
The Paul Simon classic, right?
Call Me Al. It's one of those songs that it's not fun to play, but it always gets an audience reaction. It's kind of like Sweet Caroline.
Like what? They walk out and smoke.
Yeah, that's right.
Odie's having great food, though. More than 30 years, Rodney Davis has been cooking it up. Stop in for lunch or dinner. And again, Friday night, Rockstar. Saturday night, it's Odie's Fest. It's Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
Tough Dog Garage Floors is a leading provider of high-quality garage floor coatings. Jared and his team specialize in the installation of polyasparatic flake garage floors. This is good for residential and commercial clients. Garage floors, concrete flooring, basement coatings, flake flooring, patio coatings, driveway coatings, pool deck coatings, and more. From get-togethers to oil changes, your garage experience will change forever. TUFF, Tough Dog, GarageFloors.com, or call 205-273-8813.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
The extra hours of sunshine are back on the clock, and that means it's time for golf at Timberline, a short drive from Birmingham or Montgomery. Go to TimberlineGC.com, TimberlineGC.com to book your tee times, schedule a lesson, or just drop by and use the TrackMan technology on the driving range. The course is always fun, in great shape, and you can even become a member. Get all the details at TimberlineGC.com. It's time to get your golf on with our friends at Timberline.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the next round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
It's time to get out and enjoy the summer of 2023. Ocean City, Maryland, and your hotel family at Residence Inn by Marriott Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from our Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at our Bayview Bar and Grill, span the 2.5-mile-long Ocean City Boardwalk, and a lot more. See all this plus irresistible summer deals and packages online at residenceInOC.com. Check us out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott Ocean City, Maryland.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We'll unveil our 40 in 40 team today, brought to you by Urology Centers of Alabama right here in this segment. But first, developing news, Nicole Auerbach covering the NCAA Division I Men's Basketball Committee, and she is reporting through her sources that they did spend time talking about potential expansion of the men's tournament bracket during its 3-day meeting. But as she says, though the discussion was positive, 68-team expansion from 68 teams is not imminent, which I think makes us all happy, right?
Oh, yeah. I heard somebody the other day, and it was a pretty big name in college basketball. They were like, 96 needs to be the number.
Gosh, I'm sure it was a coach that probably gets a bonus for going to the tournament.
I still think we should scale back from 68 to 64. We had it right for years.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, also developing before we head to Nashville, just now, Greg Sankey has signed. He has finalized his contract extension to stay the commissioner with the SEC through 2028.
I mean, I consider Greg the most powerful person in collegiate sports. So if you're the Southeastern Conference, it seems to be a no-brainer.
Yeah, what do you think Greg makes? 6, 7 a year?
No, actually, it's not a public number, but they do file tax returns, and it has come out before, and I can't remember what the number is, but he's doing all right. Yeah, he's doing all right. Our buddy has.
He'll have new threads on to wear in Nashville next week.
He'll be wearing his Nikes with a very nice suit next week.
Yeah, I mean
he's a wolf and shepherd guy.
I mean, should it not be? Should he not make $8 million, just $500,000 from each league institution?
Look, I got no problem with it because to me, the NFL seems to be on autopilot. Right. The SEC directs what's going on in college football.
Yeah, the SEC and the Big Ten. I mean, that should be your two highest paid commissioners, and it is. I mean, they're more powerful than whoever the NCAA president is now. I can't even remember that old boy's name. I say it like I look at Greg Sankey the way I look at a pastor. Okay? Follow me here. A lot of people get upset, that pastor makes too much money. Ain't no way a pastor ever should make more than $50,000 a year. You ought to be doing it for the love of the Lord. Well, a pastor, if he's got a congregation of 10,000 people, I always ask you, if a guy's a CEO of a company of 10,000 employees, how much he getting paid, right? Now, I'm not saying it ought to be dollar for dollar, but I think you do kind of have to look at it that way. You're asking that pastor to do a lot of things. I would say the same with Greg Sankey. He's the CEO, essentially, of a conference that's making how much money?
Yeah.
And he's probably underpaid, if anything.
That's why I went with it's not asking a lot. If every school kicks in $500,000 for the commissioner, 16 schools, that's $8 million a year.
Yeah, I think that's probably, again, I said 6 or 7 right now.
It's a good number. It's a good number.
You ever think they have to call Missouri and say, we do not have your $500,000 for Greg.
You're not tipped out Greg yet?
Yes, we checked our Venmo this morning.
If I was Sankey, I'd say, look, I'll take no salary. But every time the SEC wins a national championship, I get a $10 million bonus. and I'll sign a 5-year deal.
No salary.
We're going to put you on salary. We ain't losing that money.
We've added testicle eating as a sport now. Brown is our first SEC representative.
Can you imagine if that was the incentive? Georgia players in trouble? I don't think they are.
Yeah, not at all.
I don't think anybody is.
You say he did it. I say he didn't.
We don't believe in suspensions in the SEC.
Urology Centers of Alabama brings us our 40 and 40 today. UCALT. Tell us about them.
Compassionate, comprehensive urological care, 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. It's patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Visit urologycentersalabama.com. Schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
All right, let's bring it up. The teams we've seen this week, all the way up now to number 14. Big, almost 100-point gap between 15 Notre Dame and number 14 Washington. You see that number there. Huge jump from Kansas State to Notre Dame, and now a big jump up to Washington at 14 is voted on by you folks there. Here comes the Purple Rain.
Man, Caleb DeBoer, he can coach. There is no doubt about it. You go back to the Fresno days in year one, second best offense in college football, only behind the Tennessee Volunteers. The number one passing attack in all of football. You go back to 2021, Jimmy Lake's last year, they were 114th in total offense. And to make that flip, and Michael Penix Jr. was a huge part of that. I mean, he was incredible last year, threw for 4,600 yards, 31 touchdowns, great combo of receivers. Outside of that 45-38 loss to Arizona State, which was so weird when you look at it in retrospect, because Arizona State was no good. If they would have won that game, they're in the Pac-12 championship, and there's a chance they go to a college football playoff. They were that close that last year.
I mean, if you wanted me, and it's not the same, but if you wanted me to pick this year's TCU, this would be my team. Now, TCU was unranked and not near as good the year before as Washington was last year, but this would be my team. If you wanted me to pick a team, the very few people are going to have in the college football playoff, if anybody, that could end up in the college football playoff. I think Washington is the team in all of America I would pick.
It would be Oregon for me.
Well, they play one another in Husky Stadium Saturday, October 14th.
This is my only fear for the entire Pac-12 this year is how deep the Pac-12 is compared to most years. So I think
especially at quarterback,
it's going to be really difficult for these teams to run the table. But how about this from last year, this stat? We talked about TCU was 95th in total defense, still played for a national championship. Washington 11-2 last year. The defense only had 4 picks the final 12 games of last season, and they only had 3 fumble recoveries in 12 games outside of Stanford. So in 12 total games, they had 7 takeaways.
Yeah.
So if they force more takeaways with that offense, I mean, this is an extremely dangerous team.
Yeah. The schedule does have some challenge to it, though, Dunaway. I mean, you mentioned Oregon. They host Oregon Saturday, October 14th. That's going to be a big game in the Pac-12. As Scott shows you the schedule.
They'll be favored.
Or, excuse me, Tyler shows you the schedule. Saturday, November 4th. We start November, that big day, November 4th at USC. Massive game.
I think that is the only game they're going to be underdogs in.
But then they turn right around and get Utah back at their place, and that's a tough back-to-back right there at USC and hosting Utah. That's what worries me. If I were to pick them to go to the playoffs, that would be the 2 weeks that could undo it for me.
I think they're favored in 11 games. I think they go 10-2. I think we've got them a little too low.
Hey, and let me just go ahead and say,
I'll take under 10 right now for a stake.
Well, I probably would lean that way too. I think they go 10-2.
Okay.
But, I mean, I need to add to that, Dunaway, at Oregon State right after Utah. I mean, that's a tough 3-game stretch in the Pac-12, hosting or at USC, hosting Utah at Oregon State.
Yeah, if you want to call 9 a push, because we did that on somebody else. 10's a win, 9's a push, 8's a loss.
Can I see the schedule one more time, Tyler?
And I'll tell you this, Penix goes down 6-6.
Well, that's true of a lot of teams.
I'm just not.
Well, he's got a history though.
Yeah, that's true.
And I don't know if he can do back to back. Tyler, can I see the schedule one more time, please? If we get that back up one more time, so I can make this stake bet. Boise State, they'll win closer than expected. Cal, Arizona's a losable game in Tucson. Oregon's a losable game.
Make sure you
Okay, nine's a push. Okay. 10's a win, 8's a win.
So who's got 10? You do, or
I got 10.
You got 10.
10 for the win. He's
so
got
9's
8
a
for the win.
push, and you got anything under 9?
Yeah, and I got Washington under the expectation.
Yeah, this will be close. It will be 8, 9, or 10.
I think they're overrated in this ranking right here. Here's Kellen DeBoer, though, who did wonders last year. Michael Penix made him look like a great coach. Here's what he says about his program there in Seattle.
I think what we've done is the things that were hard before are now, not want to say easy, but we've kind of redefined what hard is. And now what now is easy. Guys are taking care of. You can see it, especially with the new players that come in, where it's a lot to handle, whether it's their schedules, whether it's the workout in particular. And now there's new things that we're pushing them to where, those are hard. And so it's really cool seeing these guys just kind of raise the bar on what, the definition of hard is in our program.
What's really strange is, as the Pac-12 appears to be crumbling in front of us before our eyes, I'm more excited about this Pac-12 season than I have been in a very long time.
I think it's the best overall collection of talent we've had in the Pac-12 that I can ever remember.
I mean, it's just there are going to be so many good games, potentially at least, in the Pac-12 this year.
Yeah. Should be a fun year. 14 is Washington. LT will give us a bonus 4 downs here in just a second. Rockstar, we'll get to that after I tell you our friends at Way to Wellness, they've got their work cut out over the next 2 weeks because I gained 5 pounds on my golfing outing up to the hills of North Carolina. Way to Wellness can get you back on track, though, and help control your blood pressure and your cholesterol numbers as well, which is why I joined them. But weight loss is also a great benefit as well. If you'd like to jumpstart your weight loss journey, you can do it with our friends at Way to Wellness right now. Just go to their website, planforme.com, and you'll find Leslie and her board-certified team right there with several things you'll love. One, no contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation's free. So you'll get to see the details about Way to Wellness right there with that free consultation with Leslie and her board-certified team. Again, the website is planforme.com. Every plan is different. No cookie-cutter plan. It is designed for you, your body type, your lifestyle, and whatever. It is a planforme.com, Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. Let's do first down with a little Washington flavor as well. Rocky?
First down.
More wins. The Washington Huskies or the Seattle Seahawks?
We did Seattle with Oregon State, too, up in that Pacific Northwest, and Washington is sort of...
Yeah, I like Washington much more.
Yeah, Washington's better than Oregon State.
Yeah, I'll go Huskies here.
Yeah,
I'm high on the Huskies.
Gets us back to Gino, that discussion on what can Seattle do.
Yeah, I'm high on the Huskies.
I mean, I think Seattle's a 9-win team.
Yeah, and that's what we said the other day. So I think, 9 is sort of where we are in our discussion. I'm going to go slight Seahawks over Washington, 9-8.
I'm going to go 10-9 Washington.
Second down.
I think I'm 10-8.
More passing touchdowns, Michael Penix or Geno Smith? Interesting thing here, last year Penix 31, Geno Smith 30.
Yeah, I think both take a step back, so it's going to be close again. I'm not sure either one of them's the quarterback by the end of the year. One for injury and one by
okay, I was about to say.
Just to find somebody else. It's hard to imagine Geno does it back-to-back. I will go slight advantage Michael Penix.
I'm going to go Penix in this one. Again, high on the Seahawks, high on the Huskies, not as high on the Seahawks. Give me Penix.
When I was looking into this, Geno Smith, how many other quarterbacks had an attempt last year for the Seattle Seahawks in 17 games?
I think he stayed healthy all 17. I'd say 0.
Yeah, there were 0. DJ Dallas had 1 pass attempt.
Yeah. DJ Dallas is the backup quarterback?
No, he was running back. I'm saying 0 quarterbacks took a snap.
Running back. I don't even know who DJ Dallas is.
Yeah, remember he played for the Miami Hurricanes.
If you were like, hey, after the Cotton Bowl news conference, we're going to a club tonight. DJ Dallas is performing.
Oh, yeah?
We get to hear DJ Dallas.
Or if I would have told you best actor for the AVNs this year, DJ Dallas.
Yeah. He and Debbie. And the D doesn't stand for
one, Scott.
And the D doesn't stand for divorce, right?
No.
What is the big D in Dallas?
I'm going through the big D, and I don't mean Dallas.
Okay, yeah.
George Strait song?
No, I think that's George. That's not George Jones, is it?
No.
Toby Keith.
I'm going through the big D, and I don't mean Dallas.
No, I think it's some random, actually.
Yeah, it's not George Strait.
I think it is a random.
All his exes live in Texas.
No, that is true. Written by Mark Chestnut did it. Yeah, it's a line from a Mark Chestnut song.
Third down.
What happens first? Kalen DeBoer gets a bigger job, or Pete Carroll retires? And the only reason I bring this up, Washington's a really good job. You guys would agree with that. But because they're going to be stuck in the Pac-12,
You assume that. You assume they're not part of future Big Ten expansion, them in Oregon.
I don't think they'll be stuck in the Pac-12 long. I think Pete Carroll retires before Kalen DeBoer moves on.
Oldest coach in the NFL right now.
Who, Pete Carroll?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
Would I agree that he's the oldest coach in the NFL?
No, I think that's what we call factual.
We got birth certificates.
No, what I was going to say is, do you agree with Dunaway that Pete Carroll will retire before Kalen DeBoer moves on?
Yes, I do. I think Kalen DeBoer, I'm just not certain that Washington is stuck, on the outside looking in. I think Seattle's a big market. There's some value there. So, yeah, I will go Pete Carroll retires before Kalen DeBoer leaves Washington.
4th down.
Harrison Ford, 80 years old today. Better career, Harrison Ford or Pete Carroll?
So is it true like Harrison Ford was doing some construction work?
He was a carpenter.
Carpenter work at the place, and was it you that told me actually the story?
I don't know about it.
No, he was trying to act, but then he was also a carpenter, and he was about to give up acting, and then American Graffiti. George Lucas got him involved in there, and then that led to Han Solo and Star Wars, and the rest is history.
I heard he was doing some carpentry work at George Lucas's place.
Yeah, that was the room. I don't know if that's
and they
that's
had
what I
him
heard.
read because he was working overnight not to disrupt business during the day. And he was cleaning up in the morning when Richard Dreyfuss and George Lucas came in.
Interesting.
But it's Harrison Ford.
So he was Han Solo in just those 3, or did he appear in the other ones as Han Solo?
He's been in 4 of them. I think he
4
was
of
in
them?
the Force Awakens or whatever. But he was also
Indiana Jones.
Indiana Jones.
Yeah, and he was he was the
Jack Ryan.
The Patriot stuff. Yeah.
What was this?
He's also in the
Dodger Bullets.
The
Okay.
prequel to Yellowstone.
Blade Runner.
He's done it. Blade Runner's maybe
Yeah,
the
I don't-
greatest
he's
science
now in the
fiction
he's in the
film of
Marvel
all time.
universe.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt on this one. I think it's Harrison Ford.
Okay, I think this is interesting because you guys, Harrison Ford, not nearly the star that Sylvester Stallone is worldwide.
Well, Pete Carroll not nearly the coach that Nick Saban is.
Yeah, but I think this is the same question.
It's not. See, the problem with your premise here is that it is.
And I agree, it is Harrison Ford.
The problem with your premise is it's natural for a movie star to be known worldwide. It's not natural for a coach to be known worldwide.
Especially a college coach.
Yeah, if we're talking about who could walk through the Paris airport, it's obviously going to be Harrison Ford. But if we're just talking about who's been the most successful in their career, Nick Saban has been more successful in his career than Sylvester Stallone has in his. Harrison Ford has been more successful in his career than Pete Carroll has in his.
I agree with the latter. I disagree with the former, though. If we were in any state but Alabama, people would disagree.
But to Brown's point, it's
not about recognition.
No, it's not about
who's been the most
recognition. I'm talking
successful.
about the Rambo franchise, which he wrote, created.
All right.
The Rocky franchise, which is arguably the greatest franchise of all time.
All right. You put all those together.
Lunsford, can you
disagree
start
with that.
keeping when Lance falls in love with something, when he calls it the greatest franchise of all time, Rocky is now one
they
of
never
them.
are.
No.
And when he gets
I
to,
said
you know,
arguably.
yeah, Godfather. I mean, the things that
I'd love to hear that argument.
that can be the greatest franchises of all time.
Okay, Nerdo, what are you going with? You were talking about
Rocky.
the Fast and the Furious was awesome today.
I never said it was the best franchise. Now it's made infinitely more money than the Rocky franchise has, but that's not what the debate is.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, I mean, I don't know how to compare.
No, I just think you
3
guys.
Rambos to national championships or 4 Rockies, one of which you've said is a cheesy movie.
Yeah, I think all of the Rockies, other than number 1, is low-hanging fruit. To be honest with you, I mean, he took the 1 was great.
Have you seen 4?
And anything after that,
You're the one that said you like 4 the best.
that's the Russian one, right?
Yeah.
But that's low-hanging fruit. America against the Soviets. Woo.
Well,
Let me get
Alabama
fired
against
up for that.
LSU in 2011. They'd
I'm just
already been
saying,
beaten
it's low-hanging
once.
fruit. Yeah. All right, that's our 4 downs today. Our bonus one from Rockstar, actually the real one, coming up in the 12 o'clock hour. The show being brought to you by our friends at the University of Montevallo. If you've got a great place for your son or daughter to go to school now, congratulations. If you don't yet, or if you're starting to look for schools, let me put Montevallo on your radar right now, montevallo.edu. First off, as a parent of a student at Montevallo, I love the price point, quality education, everything you'd want from college, and it's not going to break your finances. A wonderful price point there. 23 NCAA Division II fully scholarship sports there. as well. A wonderful, wonderful campus life, beautiful campus, one of the best looking campuses as far as just beauty that you'll see according to Southern Living. So go check it out online at montevallo.edu, and also schedule an in-person tour. It's the University of Montevallo. Back in a moment.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
MyBookie.ag brings you our coverage of SEC Media Days 2023 live from Nashville. We'll be bringing you in-depth interviews with players, coaches, media members, and more, plus our live show every single day at a special time each afternoon. Be sure to follow us on all social media at Next Round Live so you don't miss a thing. SEC Media Days 2023 from Nashville, also brought to you by Moore's Marinades and Wing Sauces, Precision Sports Medicine, Michelson Laser Vision, and Woodbridge Wines.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do. Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
We'll hear from Steve Sarkisian coming up, Big 12 Media Days, a little bit later on in the show today. That also includes him talking about what it would take to beat Alabama in Tuscaloosa this year. That's coming up at around 11 o'clock today, Central Time, to start the second half of the show. If I told you, Rockstar, if I told you this person got paid $15 million to write her memoir, who would you guess?
Britney Spears.
Britney Spears is the
100%.
answer. Yeah.
If she's alive.
Yeah, it's you.
Literal ghostwriter.
Yeah, we tried to settle that conspiracy yesterday, and I think we only fueled it.
Which is interesting that you bring that up, because I have some audio. So Scott, don't blame Scott for this. It was on accident.
Okay.
Before the show started today, right before when y'all three got in there, he was rolling, and we got your conversation.
Okay.
So this is. I haven't heard this.
You haven't?
Yeah,
this is pre-show, just us talking
people
to one
wanna know,
another?
like, what do you guys talk about before the show? I didn't hear this because I'm in another room, but this is what we captured.
Hey, so I just got a call, and I think it's from Britney Spears. Apparently, her team heard about Lunsford saying she was dead, and they are not happy about it. Listen to the message and see what you think.
Hold on, you mean Britney Spears called you?
Yeah, I don't know, but she does not sound happy with Lunsford.
How on earth did they get your number?
Hey friends, Jim Dunaway here from the Next Round, and no way did Britney Spears actually call you.
Look, man, I'm just passing it along. I guess we need to have a talk with Lunsford about it.
Hey, so this message is for the Next Round, and some little punk named John who apparently thinks I'm dead. So I just wanted to address what was said. Look, I am super famous, and there have always been pictures of me, so I just can't understand why weren't there any of me when all this went down with Victor and his security team. I looked so cute that night, and I can't believe I got hit in the face, nor did I have any pictures of me. It's probably because I'm not real and everything about me is just artificial intelligence, but whatever. Just keep my name out of your mouth next round, or I'm coming for you.
Oh, God, we are so screwed if her legal team decides to come after us.
Wait, am I going to have a job anymore if she decides to sue us? I need to have the means to play golf.
I don't know, man, but we have got to have a chat with Lunsford about his dumbass conspiracy theories and shut this down before it gets any worse.
That was before the show started.
Yeah, hey, by the way, LT's voice sounds spot on.
Spot on. Mine is the worst of the three.
Yeah.
Yours is really good.
That AI,
That
man.
was always selling.
He's selling. This is Jim Dunaway.
I am telling you, man, AI is trouble.
Yeah.
They got you, man. You're in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, it
That
sounds
was spot
exactly
on.
like you. And
Spot
pretty
on.
good Britney Spears, too, by the way.
Yeah.
So I can have you guys deposed if something comes down for me. I'm
That
like,
was AI.
that was AI.
That's right. I didn't say that.
Yeah,
God, that's incredible.
It had to be AI.
I sounded more like Matt McLaren. I don't know what it was.
I like
The way
Matt
it condenses
McLaren.
the
I
voice.
like Matt fine, yeah. I'm not. There's no dig on Matt. I'm just saying I sounded like him.
I've always thought Matt McLaren sounded better than you.
But probably does.
So
Jim.
that
was spot on,
literally-
Dunaway and Lance.
He has that. he
Yeah,
has
I mean,
that
Smuff's
serious
right.
voice.
I don't have to do the show anymore. We can just
My
put a bot
IPAs
here for
today.
me.
Our friends at Legacy, they bring you the show, and they bring you a lot of things here in Birmingham. They've been supporting this town for over 60 years, dedicated service to the education and healthcare industries for 6 decades, and a proud supporter of UAB athletics. But their bones are taking care of you, the general public here in Central Alabama. Legacy can do that a variety of different ways. To see everything they offer, go to legacycreditunion.com, legacycreditunion.com. Everyday checking is fantastic. No monthly fees, no minimum balance. You get paid 2 days early with direct deposit. Also, the lifestyle loan. If you got something that is happening in your life that may surprise you a little bit, like a medical expense, lifestyle loan is there for you. No collateral required, affordable low rates. Also, if you want to do something fun like a dream vacation or update your backyard, you can do a lifestyle loan for that as well. It's all with Legacy, legacycreditunion.com, federally insured by the NCUA. We'll get to Rockstar's viewing menu coming up. Big 12 Media Days ongoing. Rockstar, if you'll give me cut number 4, Mike Gundy was at the podium one more time at Big 12 Media Days while Texas and Oklahoma are still in the league. Oklahoma State, they play Bedlam every year. And Gundy gets asked a lot about Bedlam because he always gets a little upset about it. So in the gathered media there, the news about Texas and Oklahoma's last year had to come up with Gundy, and the word Bedlam had to come in one of the questions, and Mike Gundy had this to say again.
You and the other coaches are here to promote not only your school's brand, but the Big 12's brand. Is it a little awkward that 2 of the other schools are not going to be here next year? And then are you coming to terms with the fact that you're going to face your longtime rival for the last time this year?
Well, it's been talked about so much now, I don't really think that any of us pay much attention to it. I mean, I don't. I'm excited about the conference this year and what we have, the schedules that are being played, as I said earlier. I think that we have the most exciting conference right now because it wouldn't be fair for any of us to say that we actually know what's going to happen in Big 12 conference play this year. I'm sure you're referring to the Bedlam game, this being the last one. The Bedlam game is over because Oklahoma chose to leave the Big 12, period. It's got nothing to do with Oklahoma State. So do I like that? No. Do I like that conferences have broken up in the past? No, I don't. But I also know that we have to control what we can control, which is conference realignment is there. It's probably still going on. And wherever we all end up and whatever schedule they give us to play, we go play it and do the best we can.
That's Mike Gundy.
Does
he own a mirror in his house?
Well, I didn't hear a word he said. Yeah,
every year
I mean,
is different.
So here's the thing.
He looks ridiculous.
Yeah, like the beard is so detailed, but
it's
obviously
so precise.
I know.
He is so gray, but his hair is so dark.
I know. He's coloring the hair, obviously.
And so he puts a lot of thought into his look. It's just a ridiculous look.
It really is. I mean, he's so tan. He's so deep tan. The hair is so jet black, and the beard is so gray. It's like, I don't. What?
Okay, if you saw him at AJ's down in Destin, just pounding a Bud Light, what would you think he does for a living?
He charters boats.
Yep.
He takes out tourists.
No doubt. I would ask him, hey, are you guys booked up for the afternoon? Is there any way I can get the family on
Just
the boat?
a sunset cruise.
Yep.
I'll give you $500 cash if you just take us out. Sunset cruise.
But could you also see
you can finish your 12 oysters there if you want to, and your Bud Light.
But could you also see that he owns a huge pre-owned car dealership?
Oh, there's no doubt. Yeah, there's no doubt. Hey, Mike Gundy used cars. We got this 2018 Honda Pilot down here.
That's right.
He looks defeated before the season started. He looks tired.
I mean, a little bit. If you take the orange off and put him in a red shirt. A little bit of middle-aged Santa, like Santa going from that young Kris Kringle to the old guy.
I agree.
Little midlife crisis, like maybe that's the Santa that would sneak around on Mrs. Claus. Just a little midlife crisis.
Yeah,
Get a little convertible sleigh.
Sneak around on Mrs. Claus, did you just say?
Yeah.
No, his go-to car is a Corvette.
Yeah.
I can almost guarantee you that.
It's got to be.
Like, hey, why? Do you have a little soot behind your ear, honey? It's July. Are you going down somebody else's chimney?
Why you ask?
It's a little soot behind your ear. I like the setup.
You going down somebody else's chimney was the line she asked him, Rockstar.
Let's do Rockstar.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I am tired of hearing about Bedlam. It is not a rivalry. If it dies, it dies. College football will not miss that game. Oklahoma State might. Oklahoma certainly will because they could book a win in it. But college football will not miss that game. It is not a rivalry. They might have played every year, but that does not make a game a rivalry.
Yeah. Right. Bobby says you guys are going to make fun of Saban's hair dye next week.
No, we talk about it all the time.
Yeah, and Saban's color is a little bit different. I mean, Gundy is jet black and his beard is nothing but gray. I mean, the contrast is incredible.
Well, I don't know how many times we've mentioned Saban dyeing his hair on this show. It happens all the time. I've said it before. He looks older at Michigan State than he does right now.
Oh, there's no doubt. Greg from Pell City, our good buddy there, says, could be banking. I don't see the banking producing adult films. I could see that.
Wow,
yeah. The two-tone is never good. Always good as Rockstar's View Menu, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Again, New Life Art, they want to tell you about artist Daniel Moore. Just announced his next masterwork in oils. The legacy continues. The sequel to Moore's 1992 sold-out painting. The Crimson Legacy features iconic moments and memorabilia from the last 30 seasons of Tide football. Don't miss your opportunity to own this lasting tribute, sure to be cherished by Bama fans for years to come. Pre-order your print or canvas of The Legacy Continues from New Life Art at special pre-publication pricing through July 15th at danielmooreart.com.
I'm still watching. I watched another episode. I still highly suggest and recommend The Food That Built America on Hulu. I think it's on Hulu. I think there's some on Discovery Plus.
I've only seen a few. Very good, though.
2 nights ago, we watched the history of snack cakes. And
Debbie Madison or Dolly Madison or Hostess? What came first?
Nope, it was, I don't know. It was the two featured were Entenmann's and Little Debbie. And the girl that took Entenmann's, her husband died, had a bakery, and she took over the business. She didn't want it, but then she decided they weren't selling anything, so she's like, let's make a big box. We had to stand out. We went in the front, so we're going to have this little white box with our logo on it and a little piece of wrapping, a ribbon. And then she found out we're not selling, and she's like, well, what the hell can we do? And she's like, so she goes to the grocery store, and she sees that butchers and everything have the meat display. And she goes, we're going to have the first box that has a window in it.
Hey, it's a winner, too,
and
man.
she said so they can see how fresh our product is.
Great idea.
And she just started selling, and then they get a rivalry with a Little Debbie, and the guy comes up with the oatmeal cream pie before they start Little Debbie. And it's just an incredible story.
They should have worked on their taste.
Entenmann's crumble cake is
no, their crumble cake's
good,
legit. It's a high end. I mean, it's a high end snack cake.
It was crumble cake and the butter cake were the two things that she sold. And then her answer to the Little Debbie snack cakes, the oatmeal cream pies, she was like, "What if we did donuts with a shell of chocolate, and she came up with those Intamin's donuts, and it's an incredible story. Adam Richmond is amazing. I'm still trying to get him back on the show. He is so good on that show. And then finally, it was mentioned earlier today. Lance, you didn't know it was on tonight, 11 p.m. on Showtime. The 2023 it's award season. AVN Awards.
Oh, you brought that up, LT.
Yeah, it's like you knew it somehow.
Oh, yeah.
He's got his DVR set already.
That's what Rockstar is watching tonight, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Yeah, again, Daniel Moore's got that new masterwork in oils. The Legacy continues. You can pre-order your print or canvas of The Legacy Continues from New Life Art at special pre-publication pricing through July 15th. That's at danielmooreart.com.
Okay, so we pull out the dry erase boards. I've had a couple of vacations this summer. Brown's gone on some vacations. LT's gone on some vacations. Rockstar toured America this year, so no vacation. He worked, but he toured America. Dry erase board, top 5 most fun states in the United States, continental U.S. All right, I've got a poll from somebody. I'll tell you who it's from. I'll go back and look at that. But write, most fun state in your opinion. And then the top 5. And then we'll tell you the poll is. And in the chat room as well, chime in as well. Let me know if you, what states you think are the most fun to vacation in, visit, live in, whatever. We'll do that when we come back and talk Texas football. Big 12 Media Days continues. This is The Next Round, brought to you by our friends at Bud Light from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studio.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com. When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number 1, your yard looks the best it can. And number 2, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Hey, coffee lovers, the Next Round blend is available right now. Our specialty coffee, roasted on demand with 100% Arabica beans, available in light, medium, and dark roast. Order today at nextround.store, nextround.store. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Told you about them a little bit earlier this hour. They bring you part of the show, Way to Wellness. Leslie and her board-certified team over there. Go to this website, aplanforme.com, and you'll find all the details you need right there to jumpstart a weight loss journey. Maybe you have some bad blood pressure or cholesterol numbers, whatever it is. You can find out what Way to Wellness can do for you to make you healthier and enjoy your life a little bit more. Aplanforme.com, no contract, no sign-up fees, and the first consultation is free, and every plan is designed specifically for you. It's Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. We've got an update on the possible change on the bracket challenge. Coming up at 11 o'clock also, as we've teased a couple of times, Texas football from Big 12 Media Days that are ongoing for you Braves fans. Back in action tomorrow. You start the second half of the season off with a couple of wins. The Chicago White Sox are in town on Friday. Forrester, you're going to the game? Forrester's heading to the game. He's not on the mic. He is heading over to Atlanta, so they start the series off there. The Reds, who are in first place right now, 22-8 with Ellie De La Cruz. They're 50-41, so the Reds are a team that could be somebody to watch down the stretch here. He's been an exciting player to watch.
You know, we had our friends from Coke came up here, and we were talking baseball, and, you know, Reed brought up, I don't know if we've seen one player make this big of an impact in such a short amount of time.
I can't think of another one.
Because the Reds are a legitimate contender now.
Yeah.
I mean, that kid is playing that well right now.
I think their pitching still sucks, but he is really good. They're fast. The new rules help them at stealing bases. We'll see what they turn into in the postseason. But the Braves are the best team in baseball. They crank it back up tomorrow. I got a Wallet Hub poll here. It's from Wallet Hub, and they rank 1 through 50, so you can include Hawaii and Alaska if you'd like. 1 through 50. Mississippi is the least fun state in the union. Can you think of one fun thing? I mean, the casinos.
Biloxi, I guess.
Dancing Rabbit,
Yeah.
the casinos over there. People do like a trail of tamale tour, the Mississippi Delta tamales. We had Champions. There's tours like wine tours you can do over there. But 50 for Mississippi.
Good burger joint in Jackson.
Alabama's 30th. I mean, that's not bad.
Oh, we got great beaches in Alabama, college football.
I mean, we have a lot of
mountain
fun
hiking.
here. Just ahead of Mississippi was West Virginia. Delaware 48, Rhode Island 47. I don't know what you could do in Rhode Island or Delaware.
Visit Dover and Providence. Those are two state capitals.
Oh,
there.
you don't want to go to Providence.
So
I'm just saying that state capital.
Give me your 5 most fun states in your opinion.
Number 5, Tennessee. You got the mountains in the east. You've got Nashville in the center. Number 4, Colorado. Good skiing in the winter. Number 3, Texas. There's just a lot to do in Texas. Number 2, California. Coast to coast, north to south. There's great cities. It's a beautiful state. And number 1 is Florida. Florida's your most fun state.
You think Florida's your just by watching Florida man do crazy things, or actually beaches and
you got
amusement parks?
beaches, you got golf course, you've got Disney. I mean, I would say Florida's easily the most fun state in the union.
Florida number 1 for you. What about you?
This is going to be hypocritical on my part because there's a couple of these states there's no chance I would ever live in them.
Well, this is not about living. This is just visiting, right?
Visiting, vacation.
But I'm going 5 New York. New York City is that good. It's just too much fun. It's the best for me in the fall, though. Go for a college football weekend. You're going to absolutely love it. Number 4, Texas. I've always had fun in Texas. I don't like Houston, Dallas, and Austin. A lot of fun, though. Number 3, California. There's so much to do.
It really is.
So
gorgeous
many
state.
different
Just a
things.
beautiful state. And
Yeah.
the weather's incredible.
Number 2, Montana.
Yeah,
I've
I've never been to Montana. I want
It's
to go.
just there is a ton to do there too. It's different. It's more organic. It's just beautiful. The sky's different. The smell's different. The people are different. And then number 1, I agree with you, Florida, because from Gulf of Mexico all the way down to Miami.
Yep.
You know, in between, if you like Disney, I'm not a big Disney fan, but there's always something to do. And there's always sunshine.
I love Florida, too. Not on my list, though.
Wow.
I love Florida.
Florida didn't make your list.
Nevada, other than Vegas, a lot of fun in Nevada. To
What
get out
else?
The outside. You have golf. You have Reno, the other side.
Switch in Jim Dunaway for number 1.
Oh, my gosh.
Texas is 4.
The absolute dread he had for that vacation, and now it is the number 1 state.
Colorado is 3. Underrated in the summertime, as everyone is saying. California, I love California. North to south, as you said, San Francisco to San Diego is so different. And then Arizona's number one. I had the best time. My wife's birthday's today. We celebrated early with our anniversary trip to Arizona. I got hiking. Loved the Sedona area.
There's no green.
There's not. I don't need green.
Okay.
I got green here.
Well, that's what I hated about going out to like Phoenix.
Well, you got a cactus. I should take that back.
I spent very little time in Arizona, but everybody had rocks for yards. I hated that.
Love Arizona. Love Arizona. Number one wallet hub is California. Florida is 2. Nevada, New York, and Illinois are your top 5.
Nevada, I guess Tahoe is good. Tahoe looks really good. I'd like to go to Tahoe. But boy, outside of Tahoe and Las Vegas, I'm just not sure what you have in Nevada.
Reno?
Bunch of dirt. I mean, what else is in there?
Yeah, a lot of golf courses around.
Well, yeah,
those
but most of
areas.
that's Vegas and Tahoe. Yeah.
Colorado 6, Texas 7, Washington is 8, Minnesota 9. That's the one that surprised me. Louisiana 10. Minnesota surprised me.
I had this conversation the other
fishing.
day. I went in October. The only time I've been. Minneapolis, great city. I mean, awesome city. And it was snowing in October. I want to go in the summer. I've heard Minneapolis and St. Paul in the summer, awesome.
Yeah, I generally, unless I want to snow ski, if you get snow before December or after February, you're off my list of states.
Wisconsin 17. What do you do in Wisconsin?
Again, I think there's
beer, cheese.
Yeah, I think there's outdoors people that they got the woods up there and some water.
They do have a bunch of
Come to
festivals.
Wisconsin. We got the woods up here.
And some water.
Yeah.
Tennessee surprisingly down to 25.
I had them on mine. I like Tennessee.
Between Nashville and
Nashville's a phenomenal
I think
city.
Knoxville's a great city.
Knoxville is a good city. The mountains to the Tennessee mountains.
I think
to the
Memphis
east.
killed it.
It's a big state.
Yeah, I'm over the Sevier area.
Sevierville?
Yeah, that area of the
Pigeon Forge, Gatlinburg. You don't like
yeah.
that? Yeah.
Now that I've gone to the North Carolina side, there's not a lot of those little restaurants and shops and flashing signs.
It is far from a tourist destination, but Bryson City, North Carolina, that area right there is one of the coolest areas in the world to me. I love going up there.
So,
whitewater rafting.
Yeah, that's there were a lot of whitewater rafting going on as we were driving up to the place.
I think you get that a lot of places, though. That was obviously big in Montana. We have whitewater rafting in Georgia. It's big, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's better up in Tennessee and North Carolina, but you could do it in Georgia. But it's better in Tennessee or North Carolina.
in Tennessee, right?
It is. Well, the part you raft is in Tennessee, yeah.
All right, top Wallet Hub with the top 50 rankings of fun states there. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Bromberg's. And a couple of things from Big 12 Media Days I want to get to, including where they're going to play their championship game in the future.
Hey, the Market Day sales started up today at Bromberg's Mountain Brook store. Only stop in 20 to 75% off select jewelry, watches, giftware. Again, only at the Mountain Brook store. They're going to be opening early this Saturday, open at 8:30 a.m. Shop early for the best selection. Get in today to that Mountain Brook location. Take advantage of the Market Day sale. Save 20 to 75% off select jewelry, watches, and giftware. For more information, brombergs.com.
All right, so AT&T Stadium has been the home. It will stay the home of the Big 12 Championship. They signed an extension through 2030 to keep that Big 12 Championship game there in Arlington. It'll be interesting to see what that is now without, not that Texas and Oklahoma have been a mainstay in that event, but without them in the league, how big of a Big 12 market is Dallas?
Yeah, I know. Especially when one of your teams is in Orlando.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got a stadium there, obviously, but you run the risk of your championship game being Kansas State and West Virginia, right?
Yeah. Or it could be Cincinnati and UCF.
Cincinnati and UCF, and you sell the joint out. So, I mean, I don't know what the most obvious place is, but that's obviously a really good facility where you're actually doing your media day right now. So why give that facility up?
Well, that's giving it up is a key, Brown, because Mercedes-Benz Stadium for the SEC championship in Atlanta. I don't know how long the contract is, but do you ever foresee the SEC playing a football championship game in the new stadium in Nashville when it gets built?
I can see that.
Or doing it in Dallas at AT&T Stadium?
Yeah, I could see that too.
Yep. I think that'll be part of the deal with Nashville. I think 1,000% it will go to Nashville.
Yeah, I think the fear in the SEC giving Atlanta up was that the ACC was going to pounce on it and do a long-term deal. So I think if you see it in Nashville or Texas, it's going to be, one of those where in 2030 we're in Dallas, 2031 we're in Nashville, where you go ahead and lock Atlanta in, but may not be there every year.
Yeah.
I mean, that's going to be a world-class facility in Nashville. Your problem in Nashville is smaller. I mean, Atlanta, the biggest crowd they ever have in there is the SEC championship game.
Because of the extra seats.
That's right. They add the extra seats, and they may have for the Super Bowl, too.
Yeah, but what is it? Maybe 75,000 when they cap
it's
out?
75, 76, and the one in Nashville is listed at 60.
That's right.
Now, can they add 12, 15,000 seats? Maybe so. I haven't seen it yet. Now, you don't worry about that in Jerry World. I mean, Jerry World's massive.
Yeah. That is a concern, the smaller stadiums that are being built. But then again, it's a conference championship game. I don't know when we expand to 12 how important and how big these conference championship games are going to be.
That's a good question. Who knows?
2030, though, they locked down the AT&T Stadium there in Arlington. And I assume that's for the championship Saturday, that somebody else could come in and play it on a Friday if they want to. That's from Big 12 Media Days. Also, Quinn Ewers. I don't know if you guys talked about it yesterday. Quinn shows up there, no mullet, 20 pounds lighter. Doesn't eat the same way anymore. He's changed a lot. He says it was time for him to grow up, and he has grown up, and thinks that can translate to him having a better year on the football field. Just the change in his diet and losing 20 pounds. He's cut up now. Do you think that happens?
Yeah, look, we saw flashes of Quinn Ewers. I mean, I think Quinn Ewers is the real deal. This is a team that went 8-5 last year, all 5 of those losses by 7 or less points. Not the biggest Sark fan in the world as far as, I mean, obviously the guy knows his offense as far as an overall complete coach, but he'll have an opportunity this year. And Quinn Ewers is one of those guys that could be a dark horse for Heisman. Because if things break right, he could put up some huge numbers in that offense.
If they're in the playoff hunt or in the playoffs, then you're a Heisman candidate if you're the quarterback there. Interesting with Quinn Ewers there. We'll talk more Texas, hear from Sark coming up in the next segment. Also an update possibly on our bracket challenge payoff from Brown. Maybe some new details on that as well. Before we get to the top of the hour, though, 2 basketball notes. One, Kentucky is playing in that global jam up in Canada. They beat Germany yesterday, 81-73. My big takeaway from this was their shoe bag was stolen. But you know you're an elite program when – now, the shoe bag apparently is the bag that they literally carry all the team shoes in.
That's correct,
Multiple pairs.
Right.
You know you're an elite program when your team has a backup shoe bag. The shoe bag was stolen off the team bus. Luckily, as Tom Leach, the voice of the Cats, pointed out, they had a backup shoe bag with them. So one shoe bag is gone. Bring out the backup shoe bag with more sneakers for the guys.
Well, again, shoes have gotten like an all-time high when we're talking about price point. But wouldn't these shoes be customized? Like, how could you sell them on a secondary market?
Yeah, I'm with Lance. They're game worn, and I mean, most of them are probably sizes that your average human can't wear.
Yeah, I mean, probably average size 15 or 16.
Yeah, so you're probably...
I got a 21 wide if you want these right here.
This is for display only, clearly. So how are you ever going to resell this on the market? It really doesn't make a lot of sense why somebody would do this.
And then on the sad side, and he vows that he's going to battle and beat it, but Dick Vitale, whether you love him or hate him, as an announcer, he has been iconic in college basketball terms. He announces yesterday that cancer has returned to his body. He has beaten lymphoma and melanoma. This time it is cancer of the vocal cords. And he's going to go into a 6-week radiation treatment there to try to battle that. I don't think surgery is an option for this, and this is, for Dick Vitale, a very challenging time. And I know some of you do not like his broadcasting style, but there was a moment in time that he was at every big game.
Well, I'll tell you this. He introduced me to college basketball. And for a good portion of the 80s, college basketball might have been right behind the NFL, my favorite sport. I watched every night. I knew a lot more college basketball back then than I do now, and I attribute a lot of that to Dick Vitale. And this is a guy that I can at least say this. If you don't like him, he is one of the most positive guys out there. And even through his battles with cancer, he's been positive.
Yeah, I love his passion for the sport. I'm not going to lie, it's never 100% of the time been my cup of tea. But I love 2 things about him: his passion for the sport and his dedication to raising money for the V Foundation after cancer claimed the life of Jim Valvano. And that guy has raised so much money for cancer research, and he's done it just based on the fact that he's got a platform, and he's decided to leverage what he has to help somebody out. And I think all of us can learn a lesson from that, and I applaud him for that. I mean, there's no telling how much the V Foundation has raised, and he's the face and the voice of that.
No doubt.
Yeah, and with vocal cords, you wonder if we've seen the last broadcasting event that Dick Vitale will call after he battles back, and he was struggling with his voice, even battling back from his cancer treatment there. Evan and Bama Beth and everybody saying nice things about Dickie V over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. If you're out rolling around this summer, it's not too late to vacation. Make sure you get that car or truck checked out before you hit the road. Not just tires, bumper-to-bumper service. 4 great locations with our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. We're back in a moment on TNR.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com.
MyBookie.ag brings you our coverage of SEC Media Days 2023 live from Nashville. We'll be bringing you in-depth interviews with players, coaches, media members, and more, plus our live show every single day at a special time each afternoon. Be sure to follow us on all social media at Next Round Live so you don't miss a thing. SEC Media Days 2023 from Nashville, also brought to you by Moore's Marinades and Wing Sauces, Precision Sports Medicine, Michelson Laser Vision, and Woodbridge Wines.
You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards, and there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Tough Dog Garage Floors is a leading provider of high-quality garage floor coatings. Jared and his team specialize in the installation of polyasparatic flake garage floors. This is good for residential and commercial clients. Garage floors, concrete flooring, basement coatings, flake flooring, patio coatings, driveway coatings, pool deck coatings, and more. From get-togethers to oil changes, your garage experience will change forever. TUFF, Tough Dog, GarageFloors.com, or call 205-273-8813.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, back with the next round, halfway through this show, 2 more hours to go. This hour of the show brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Highway 119 in Alabaster. Swing by there and pick up a great lunch today. They're opening the doors right now. Sterling's probably going, come on in, everybody. And they're walking in. They're getting that great hand battered and brined overnight, perfectly made Southern fried chicken. It's cooked to order, comes out steaming hot. I'm a big 2-breast guy. All the wonderful sides, the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, and a lot more. It's with our friends at Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster, a destination lunch location there. A couple of recruiting notes before we talk Texas football. Rockstar 1, 2, and 3 on the cuts there as we get back to Big 12 Media Days. But Alabama picked up a big 4-star offensive lineman. Lindell, Texas is where this offensive lineman comes from. Casey Poe picks Alabama over. Now listen to this. He's from Lindell, 4-star offensive lineman, 6'5", 280. He's a dominant guard. Picks Alabama over Auburn, Georgia, LSU, and Oklahoma. He's from Texas.
He's a 4-star from Texas, and you're pointing out Texas A&M don't get mentioned.
Yeah, or TCU or any other Texas school.
I can believe
Alabama,
TCU.
Auburn, Georgia,
Yeah.
LSU, Oklahoma. The kid didn't want to play at Texas.
Oklahoma back in the mix, though.
Yeah, Oklahoma back in the mix, though. It's a good point. They were at least mentioned there for them. Auburn lost linebacker Demario Tolan. Not that he ever suited up for Auburn. He was an LSU player last year. Linebacker played 12 games at LSU last year, had 4 tackles in the win over Ole Miss, so he's got some skill. But the report coming out yesterday from AL.com that he is no longer with the program there. Those are a couple of headlines. LeBron's not retiring. We talked about that. Baseball starts back tomorrow. The Braves are in action. And the All-Star ratings were horrible. We'll talk to Buster about the state of baseball going into the second half of the season when he joins us in 1 hour. But right now, Big 12 Media Days continue out there in Arlington at the Star. And Steve Sarkisian and his Texas Longhorns are the team that is picked by the media to win that. And Sark says his team feels a little different this year than they did this time last year.
I was talking to the team earlier today about how proud I am of the culture that they've developed. You know, it's one thing for me to come in and have an idea of a culture of what I want it to look like and for them to buy into it. It's another for them to not just buy into it, but to elevate it. And I think that that's what they've done. This team is different. They have a different look in their eye. They look different on the hoof. They interact with one another differently. I've used the adage, I feel like this team's on a mission because that's the approach they have every day that they show up in the facility.
Okay, one more from Sark here, and then I want some reaction to what he's saying. This is Sark on his team being the target on their back, picked to win the Big 12 this year. Here's Steve Sarkisian.
I don't know what surprises me. I don't know what you guys do at night, man. So you guys are the one that decide who gets picked where, quite frankly. And and not to take anything away from you, it doesn't really matter, right? It's how we play and what we do. What I do know is I chose to be the head coach of the University of Texas, and our players chose to come to the University of Texas. With that comes a responsibility and the expectations that come with that. So we don't shy away from that. We accept it. We have to acknowledge it, all right? And then we push it to the side, and then we get back to the daily grind of what we need to do. And I think we've got a mature enough team to respect what you guys think of us. But at the end of the day, now we have to go back to work. Expectations are just that. What will ultimately define us is how we play on Saturdays, and that's what we got to focus on.
Any difference, you think, Sark? I don't know what the expectation was for this team last year, but they're definitely there this year.
Yeah, I know you and I disagreed on this. If I'm a Texas fan, my expectation is Big 12 championship in college football, playoff or bust. I'm starting to think that might happen, though. I think Sark has gotten very comfortable where he is. I think he's saying all the right things. If Quinn Ewers can keep it upright and stay healthy, and this defense is improved, when you look at the schedule, there are some speed bumps or some roadblocks here. But to me, they get the most difficult 2 Big 12 teams at home. Well, I mean, Oklahoma's obviously a neutral site, but Kansas State comes to Austin. They've struggled with Kansas State in the past a little bit. But I think this team, I don't think they're going to beat Alabama. If they beat Alabama, watch out.
The hype, if they beat Alabama, the hype on that team is going to be outrageous.
But I think they could be an 11-1 team, win Big 12, and college football playoff.
I've looked ahead. I know where they fall in our 40 and 40. Where do you think they'll start the season in the polls?
Anywhere from 12 to 16.
In the AP poll, which will come out early August, I think Texas will be anywhere from 7 to 12.
See, if they're a top 10 team, if Jim is right, and they're bottom part of that top 10, and they beat Alabama in Tuscaloosa, I mean, they are going to shoot up through that top 10, and the hype is going to be nearly unbearable.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to be that high, but they could be.
Cut 3, you guys reacting over there in the chat room. talking about the challenge that Alabama poses for them. It'll be a tough game for Alabama. Some of you are saying, Joseph is saying over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Here is Sark. He gets asked about what is the key to beating Alabama in Tuscaloosa. Never too early for Sark to start talking about that big game on Texas's schedule.
Alabama has lost once at home since 2016. What is the key for this roster? They only travel out of the state twice this year. What is the key for this roster to go in and win at Alabama?
Well, like every game, I think we know this, and I said this earlier. Everywhere we go, we have to recognize we're the University of Texas. We're going to get everybody's best shot. And Alabama's no different. Coach Saban's going to have that team ready to play. We have to make sure they get our best shot. We have to prepare really well. We have to embrace the moment and understand what that moment is, and we got to play good football. We thought we played them well a year ago. We didn't play well enough. And so the key to the drill, when we go there, we have to play better than we did last time. And I think we can. I think we'll have the mental fortitude to go do it, the mental toughness to go do it, and the physical toughness to go do it, because it's going to be a physical football game. They're a big physical football team that'll be really well coached, and we have to make sure that they get our best shot just because we're going to get theirs for sure too.
Yeah, and not that the entire rosters are the same on both sides, but there'll be a lot of people playing in both uniforms in that game that were in that game in that that hot game in Austin. So for the Texas players, having a look at them that they probably think they should have won that football game, that helps the confidence a little bit as they go on the road.
Oh, yeah. And just going back, remembering that game, that was just a sloppy, I don't know, just aesthetically not a well-played game. But a game Texas, if Ewers doesn't go down, and that affected him, I think Texas probably wins that game.
Well, and I think every player on that roster thinks that if we didn't lose our starting quarterback, we win that game. We're going to have our guy this year. Why can we not win it in Tuscaloosa?
Well, you think that, but Texas the last couple of times out against Alabama.
Well, I know. I'm saying they're thinking that going in. You're right. I mean, you never know that they can't keep a guy upright against Alabama. It's crazy what that guy that asked the question pointed out. I had not looked at that on Texas' schedule.
That they only go out of the state twice. One of those games that they get, of course, is in Dallas against Oklahoma, neutral site.
Yeah, but that's still in state of Texas. Right. I mean, they play.
Thank you for the map.
I'm just saying, that's not outside of Texas. They play in Waco. They play in Dallas. They play in Houston. They play in Fort Worth. And they play in Ames, Iowa, and Tuscaloosa, Alabama.
Yeah.
I mean, it is, my gosh, that is, I don't know how that affects their record, but I am saying if I'm a Texas fan, I got a lot of games I can go to there. That is pretty crazy how infrequently they leave the state of Texas this year.
Bob says last year Alabama left that game with a lack of confidence, that they never had the swagger after that game as they did last year. I just wonder if having that game so close last year, it's a little bit of a wake-up call for the Alabama players that are on that roster as well. Slice Pizza brings you part of the show today. Great place to go by and have lunch as well. A slice and a salad's a great way to start your Thursday off.
Absolutely. 4 great locations of Slice, the original in Lakeview, one in Vestavia, one Crestline Park, also Montevallo. For more information, slicebirmingham.com. Local pizza, local ingredients, from the soul pie to the hot mama. You're going to absolutely love it. Created by the Bajalia brothers. Get in, go see them. Tell them the next round sent you.
You have Neil Brown at the podium right now at Big 12 Media Day. This from Brett McMurphy. West Virginia's Neil Brown on the Mountaineers being picked to finish last in the Big 12. Quote, that bodes well for us based on how poorly the media has predicted the Big 12 in the past seasons.
Make the media the villain.
Yeah, don't know if that is okay. Now, we got into a discussion earlier in the show about the possibility of maybe changing Brown's punishment, mainly because Brown's punishment and the way it's laying out is actually punishing LT and me from going back to one of our favorite places.
Yeah, the Floribama, and I know, and I sent this text to him yesterday after he texted me a couple of dates. Steve Powers, our absolute favorite when it comes to the Floribama. To me, the face of the Floribama.
Ooh,
how about that?
I don't know about that.
Well, you're
That's
the guy
that
you MC the spelling bee, you MC the bikini contest. You always take care of us. When somebody's coming in town, they hit us up. Hey, can you hook us up at the Floribama? You're the guy we call, but we bother you with the request to come back to the Floribama. And you sent me dates yesterday. I sent them to these guys. And Dunaway immediately sends me a thumbs up. Good to go. Brown reminds me, Testicle Festival, already planning on going out of town. And so now we're trying to back this up a little bit and maybe revise the dates of the Testicle Festival and come see you guys.
Or we could just have the Testicle Festival here at the Bama, because that's like every weeknight, probably.
We're going to have to deep fry those bad boys.
Is that not what we're talking about?
I apologize. My shorts were a little too short last time.
That's exactly what it was. Well, you really ought to come down either way. I mean, it's not going to take all weekend of the testicle thing, I'm guessing, right?
Well, I mean, the problem is I've got to be there Thursday, Friday for the show, and that's the same dates you guys wanted us to be at Floribama. So
I gotcha.
So we've thought about, it has been brought up on the show today, for me to ride a bull in Bulls on the Beaches, which is why you are with us now to tell. I don't like the sound of that.
I brought it up yesterday, and I think you said it was a possibility.
Yeah, well, it was. Tell me what Bulls on the Beaches. What am I looking at?
Depends on if you have a death wish or not, dude. Seriously, I get right above the chute to shoot video on these things, and these are 2,000-pound bulls, and they're just angry, man. They're just not happy animals at all. They might have a smaller one for you to ride. I would say you could ride a steer.
Are these professional bull riders? Are these professional bull riders?
These are professional bull riders. It's a circuit. They come through. They're competing for money. It's really a big deal, man.
But you guys have the rodeo clown. You got
time out. Brown, did you think this was like co-eds getting on a bull?
Well, when Lance presented this to me, I thought these were just like dumbed down bulls, like the runts of the litter, and you guys, tranquilized them or something.
Yeah.
And I mean, I thought this was for the general public. These are actual bull riders.
You think this is like a mad cow traveling rodeo?
Well, yes. I thought this was something y'all did like mullet toss.
Petting zoo bulls.
Yeah, petting zoo bulls.
No.
It's like nine years in a row. We clear this parking lot over here on the east, bring in sand corrals, 20, 25 bulls come in. They do have some kids riding, some smaller ones, but I'm thinking out loud now, what if we put you, Brownie, in the dress a steer contest, where you actually have to go put clothes on a steer that's out there in the middle of the arena?
Well, does the general public do that, or is that professional too?
No, it's not professional. I don't think there's a professional circuit for dressing steers. I've never heard of it. If there is, so I'm not sure.
And if your connection is not fantastic as you're in the car play, he is saying dressing steers. Is that
dressing them, not undressing them?
Yeah, that is a small bull, right? Is that what a steer is? Yes. Yes.
Yeah, that doesn't have the steer would not show up at the Testicle Festival. Let's put it that way, because he doesn't have any.
He doesn't have any. Okay.
Well, I mean, this
Does that make sense?
Yeah, this was a good idea at first, but it is falling apart now. I had no idea these were actual professional bulls.
That's why I kept saying I don't want you to get hurt.
Well, I thought that you say that about everything. I can't depend on you for worry. You worry about everything.
Yeah, but we could put him in full
pads. Have you not seen the video?
pads.
I sent Rockstar a video.
Well, we're going to play it in a minute. We were going to tell you first.
I want you to see what we're talking about here, Brownie, because these guys get hurt. We have paramedics standing by. They're like 10 feet away at all times.
Okay,
so there you go.
I like.
Steve, we're going to put you on pause. Can we pause him and bring up the video?
Yeah,
pause Steve here.
All right, so
we're on the same computer, so Steve, you're going to be muted for a second here. So, but don't cuss.
It's all good.
Case.
Okay.
No worries.
Well, you can cuss actually.
I never.
Okay, so we're gonna bring up the video here.
So
now, this is actually the Floribama. They do this every year. They raise a lot of money for charity. You remember we talked to the guy at dinner, the big guy who puts this on every year. It's the biggest cowboy I've ever met.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
Bulls on the Beach. There's the ring. It's right on the beach here.
We got
Hit the video here.
Bulls on the beach.
Yep.
All right, we got a guy coming out, American flag on a donkey.
Here we go.
Yeah.
What a good time.
Pull the rope.
Yeah, those are kids. Yeah, Steve's right. Those are kids. I mean, hell, no.
Look, these are passive bulls. They go right away from the rider.
Yeah. Oh my God! Look at that. No. Nope.
Oh, see that one was right on top.
That dude landed on his feet.
Yeah. No. Okay. All right, Rockstar, you can kill the video. I mean, that's great promotion for Floribama. I encourage everyone to go visit and buy a ticket to Bulls on the Beach, but we are done with this discussion. There is no chance I'm doing that.
I was wondering why you were so passé about this.
Well, because, again, Steve, I thought this was just like mullet toss or something. You all had a way that the general public could ride bulls and raise money for charity.
No, we get a lot of people who ask about that if they can come in and ride, and it's like this professional thing where you have to be a bull rider and obviously know what you're doing. But I think we could find some other stuff for you to do here. The dressing a steer would be good, or we could play dead man poker, and that's where we put you three in the middle of the arena.
Wait,
and it's like you're playing.
I didn't lose.
Poker.
I didn't lose the bracket challenge.
So
hear
the presentation.
I am not getting. I am not getting in there. I know what this is.
How does dead man poker work?
It's Yellowstone.
You turn the bull loose while you guys are sitting in the middle of the arena playing poker at a table, and the last person to get out of their chair wins. It's really simple.
The bull
so that
runs
could
at
be
the
a fun
table.
one for y'all too.
Well, I think I'm gonna. It's just feels like a hard pass on
You're
that. You're
passing on all of it. It sounds like. Huh?
All
right.
I was unaware of what this really was, so I am out.
What about we tie a rump roast to your leg and you swim in the Gulf for an hour?
That's a good 60 minutes. That's a good time.
It's an hour.
That's perfect, and the chamber appreciates you pointing out all the shark attacks. Loving that. Thanks.
Well, hey, if you don't drown, it can only be a shark attack, right?
How about if we just go full
That's
circle
awesome.
and you drive Uber for 3 hours, 11 to 2 in the morning?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, look,
You need to video that. If you do that, you need to video that because you could get some great stories.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Giving people rides out of this place.
Yeah, basically taxi cab confessions. Yeah.
Why don't we just do
pretty
that?
much,
Great
pretty much.
content.
Yeah.
Great content.
Would you do that?
Why don't you guys just come down?
Yeah.
Well, all right, we're trying.
I vote yes.
We're trying to work it out. We're trying to work it out, Steve. We're going to try to get down there on the dates you gave us. I've got to find a different testicle festival, which we're working on currently. We're going to work this out.
Hey, but it looks
Well, the
beautiful.
problem is if we wait later, you're going to run into football season, right? Getting into
That's
September,
right.
so we don't want to mess with that either.
Yeah.
The weekend before that is actually the Eric Church show at the Wharf. He's doing 3 nights at the Wharf. If we can find you accommodations, you could come the weekend before. But we just got to find some accommodations for y'all. That's the only thing.
We can work on that too. We'll work on all of this, Steve. We're going to get down there. We're going to get to the floor, Bam. I promise you, we'll work on all of this.
There's a chance if we come that weekend, I can meet Eric Church?
I can get you to the area where he's performing at the Wharf. Yeah, is that what you're asking?
Same county?
You'll see the stage. That's all right.
Dunaway, you put me on the spot. Send me a text.
No. So what you're telling me is I would also have not met Kelsey Ballerini or the other guy, Kenny Chesney, if I was down there. I'd been in the area where they were in. Is what you're telling me.
No. For you, I will pull some strings. I will do whatever I can. But he's playing 3 nights at the Wharf, so we'll definitely go to the show if you guys come down. That'd be fun too.
By the way, it looks beautiful there today.
Oh boy, doesn't it?
It's not a bad day, guys.
Yeah,
It really is.
That's
Hey,
great.
hey, Steve, before we let you roll, is there a next round sticker around you anywhere?
Oh my goodness. I was just sitting here with Gillespie yesterday. He came to see me, and every table we were at, there was like how many did he put out here? It's crazy.
I'm afraid.
Yeah, there's probably a bunch in here. I'm sorry, this is not great video. Oh, there we go.
Boom!
Yeah,
there it is.
there you go.
Hey, right there to your left, those stair handles. Do they still have them on the end where I put them, or did those get peeled off? Right, going down the stair. Boom. Oh no! Somebody took them off.
Yeah, they're just. They're on. No.
Oh,
they're on
they're
there.
just worn down.
I think they're just getting worn out.
Oh, we'll
They're
fix
just worn
that,
out. People
yeah.
are rubbing them. I think they're rubbing them for good luck, like they do the nose. You know.
Yeah,
That's good luck
absolutely.
right
Yeah,
there.
It is good luck. Good luck for us.
Listen, there's plenty here. We're starting to hop, man. It's getting warm. We're having some live music coming in here. There's your favorite room. Is this your favorite room? The bra room, or
My
did you
God,
guys like the main room better?
The bras have restocked since I was down there last.
I like them both, Steve. I liked our show setup in the bra room the last time better. I think that's the best setup we've had.
We're talking about doing yacht club too. Maybe next time you come down across the street.
Yeah, I'm
It
all
wouldn't be a
about
bad
doing
one
yacht
either.
club. No doubt.
The songwriters room, love it.
Yeah, that's
main room.
Main room, yeah.
I like the bra room.
Yeah, it's always good.
The bra dome.
Listen, I appreciate you guys giving some love and trying to figure this out, and I look forward to just making it happen.
Yep.
To get you guys back here. We always have such a great time, man. I love it.
Have you been working out? You look like you're in a little better shape than the last time I saw you.
Oh God.
No, I found something on the phone app that makes you look like swole. I think it's actually. I think it's like on Snapchat. You know the filters.
Yeah.
I think this is a filter.
Yeah.
Pretty sure that's Send me an invoice, boys.
Uncle Steve, good seeing you.
Steve Powers, Floribama. Thank you, Steve. The beautiful Floribama. Can't wait to get back down there.
Steve with a long broadcasting history there. He knows when a segment is starting to run a little long, wrapping us up himself. Johnson RV Center gets you on the road this summer, too. They got camping in the area right now if you want to go to the Gulf Coast.
No doubt. Make it a sweet southern summer. Nothing says that like going down to the Gulf Coast. Nothing says it like a new or used RV from Johnston RV Center. Travel trailer started just $139 a month. That is less than $5 a day. 2023 fifth wheels, $439 a month. And all those of you that have served your retired military or are currently serving active duty, I hope you know how much we appreciate you for keeping freedom alive and making our nation the greatest country on the face of the earth. Well, they appreciate you there at Johnston RV Center as well, and they give you great discounts. You ask them about it, they'll tell you more. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, and always online, johnstonrvcenter.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Maybe you're like me. You bought a house where you didn't like either the kitchen or the master bath, but you put off the renovation. Ryan Brown here from the next round. We decided to finally pull the trigger on that. My wife found Brad Bell, A-plus Tile Home Remodeling. I am so glad we did. His crew came out and did tremendous work in a clean and timely fashion, and we absolutely love the results. Call Brad Bell now, anywhere in Alabama, 205-422-1758. That's Brad Bell with A-plus Tile Home Remodeling, 205-422-1758.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows, she may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent. Hey, Ryan Brown here from the next round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Champy's Chicken brings you this hour. Sterling and the crew on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Champy'sChicken.com. Tailgate season is only 44 days away from week 0. 44 days away from football. It flies, man. Flies. We're in Nashville next week for SEC Media Days. I saw where the SEC Network announced 47 hours of coverage of SEC Media Days. So when you're not watching us, you can watch them, including the big primetime party down on what's it, Broadway?
Broadway.
Down on Broadway there in Nashville. So we're looking forward to our trip up there next week. Remember, we'll be on live every day, 2 to 5 Central, 3 to 6 Eastern, 2 to 5 Central next week will be our live show. During this time of day, we will be recording interviews and sending them out on our social media platforms from our studio up there. You'll want to be following us, liking, and subscribing to all of our platforms to get the best in coverage throughout the day. Virtually the whole company is going to be in Nashville up there, minus, I think, Rockstar and Tyler, who will be handling things down here. Everybody else will be up there, so we'll be kicking stuff out left and right for you during these hours of the day, and then going live 2 to 5 in the afternoon. All that is coming up. Champy's Chicken, one of our proud sponsors, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Get lunch and dinner there today. Before we jump into trash, Pat Forty did the story about the bet that was made that cost Brad Bohannon his job as the head coach at Alabama. It was Bert Eugene Neff Jr., according to Pat Forty's story, and he tried at 2 different locations to bet $100,000 on Alabama to lose the baseball game against LSU that day.
What a dummy.
And they have video of the actual text exchange that they can get from their great zoom-in cameras, the best cameras in the world the casinos own, to zoom in on everything, including serial numbers and whether whatever people are cheating. And they were able, according to Pat's story, to get him and Bohannon texting about them scratching Luke Holman, the starting pitcher that day. That information was coming from the Alabama coach, according to Pat's story, and that the guy was trying to bet $100,000, well over, I think, the $3,000 limit. So $97,000 more dollars than allowed. And it says
Go big.
He got to where he was pleading and was desperate about trying to get him to accept the bet.
Well, you saw what he said, right?
No, I didn't see.
He said at the counter, they apparently have audio of him as he's pleading for them to accept the bet, says, please, I have inside information on this game. Because nothing is going to make them hit the brakes harder than you say you've got inside information on the game.
I'm about to take you for your money.
That's
Please
right.
accept my bet.
This is like a criminal robbing a bank with like the Smith family reunion.
His name tag on, right.
Or I don't really have guns in this bullet, by the way. I mean, bullets in this gun.
Guns in this bullet would be difficult.
Yeah.
I am so baffled by this story. Like, if you're going to do this, first of all, you spread it out. Like when Arizona State had one of these scandals, they got busted because they did it so many different times. But you have different people at different casinos betting this money.
That might have been the problem is he's in Ohio. I don't know. Like, if you were doing this in Vegas, you're right. I mean, that would be easier to do in Vegas.
Well, I would just say, hey, Brad, let's do this again. Let's pick a day. I'm going to fly to Vegas.
Starter.
Yeah, I'll fly to Vegas and we'll figure this thing out. I mean, this whole thing was a dummy operation.
But he tried to jump to Indiana to do it, too. I don't know if he went to Indiana and then to Cincinnati or Cincinnati to Indiana, about an hour drive apart there.
Jump to Vegas.
So the information he got well before the start of the game. I don't know if he knew that he was being scratched before Luke Holman knew he was being scratched,
really?
Is what it sounds like. And according to Forty's reporting, that Bohannon was in a group text with other gambling associates.
Now, this is alarming, and if you think about it, Brad Bohannon, what have you heard from him since this?
Not a word.
The man has not said one word. No attorney, no Brad Bohannon, no anybody speaking on his behalf. Like, if I had nothing to do with this, I would be screaming from the mountaintops right now, because if he ever thinks he's going to coach again in college baseball, he's got to be clear to this. Ever.
Yeah,
I mean, even as the bat boy in college baseball, he's going to have to be 100% clear to this.
I would have had attorneys reach out to dude that placed bet and hey, at least have the back of Brad Bohannon by saying he just let you know there was a scratch in the pitching.
Yeah, I thought he was kidding when he said he was betting on that.
We were just talking.
I thought I was a
who's
total
pitching?
joke.
Well, this guy was going to pitch, but we've scratched him. He took that inside information. I didn't give it to him to bet. I was just talking to him as a friend. What
and
was
apparently
going on
in the text chain, they have proof that Bohannon knew that this guy was using this information to place this bet. I mean, it seems very damning. And it took down 2 college coaches. I mean, the Cincinnati coach, we don't focus on it as much. He got fired for this too. I mean, so this dummy took down 2 guys, changed the course of 2 college baseball programs. Maybe for the better. I don't know, but he changed the course.
Appears to be for the better in Tuscaloosa.
I
from
cannot believe the guy was
out.
pleading to bet $100,000.
Please, I've got inside information on this one.
I've got to get this down.
Hey, everybody. This guy's got inside information. We're going to waive all our rules for him.
Yeah, so dumb. Let's get to trash. It's brought to you by Mortgage Right. Hit a Rockstar.
Now, I will say that I have not showered in front of other dudes in years, but I've taken hundreds of showers in front of other guys.
Well,
I have showered with more guys than I have women.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
So quick timeout. Did I miss some exciting news
That was not
on
even
the show?
about. That was not even about the Northwestern situation.
Nope. Was that AI?
That was
that
just
AI
Lance. That
again?
was Lance making a
that was Northwestern.
random comment out of Lance.
We were talking about the car wash.
Yeah.
And so we got on the showers.
Yeah, I did think it was odd. I don't know how team building that goes when you're basically the turnstile for the guys' shower. You stand naked and everybody walks through you to get into the shower.
Yeah, I don't know what's worse.
I'm going to let you go and shower.
Yeah.
Hi, are you a veteran looking for a VA loan? Mortgage Right has been advocating for veterans since their company began. As a veteran-owned, operated company committed to your well-being, they can help you find the best terms available and guide you through every step of the process. For active military or veterans, VA loans can be a great way to help you purchase a home. Let Mortgage Right take care of everything from the pre-qualifying process through closing. Their mortgage experts will work with you to find the best rate and loan program available. As a veteran-owned, operated company, they understand the difference between working with someone who gets it and someone who doesn't. They've made it their mission to simplify the VA loan process. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR. Call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Now, rudeness is in the eye of the beholder, according to this article. For proof, look no further than this map highlighting unique etiquette practices from around the globe. Now, here are some different things. In the U.S., tipping is customary.
Okay.
Right.
It's become much more of our culture than it ever has been right now. In fact.
You are right.
Yep.
In Brazil, women kiss twice if married, 3 times if single.
They kiss. Wait a minute.
No, it's like on
like
the
the
cheek.
greeting.
The side.
Yeah.
So if she does it 3 times, like, oh, she's single.
Yep.
Okay. Well, that seems like, why don't you just wear a wedding ring? I think I'll know.
Or is it cheek, lips on the third one?
Could be. In Italy, they never put Parmesan on pizza. I love Parmesan on pizza.
Ooh, yeah. I don't do it exclusively, like all the time. I almost always put crushed red pepper on.
Yeah, but if it's in front of me, I'm going to use the Parmesan.
Yeah, it just depends on what kind of pizza I'm eating.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. If it's a place like Slice, I never do it.
Yeah,
with
like
Slice.
the soul pie or the hot mama. Parmesan just doesn't go with that to me.
I never do it. I never have to do it with sliced pizza. It's already so good.
No, but I still do it with sliced pizza. I put crushed red pepper on the hot mama. I put it on the soul pie.
I like the Parmesan texture to go with the pizza.
Yeah, some pizza just doesn't go with it to me.
In Iceland, burping in public is socially acceptable. Rocky would love this.
It's a clears your gas, man.
Yeah, and it could be a compliment to the chef,
Yeah,
right?
just like
that
you-
was
you
really
just
good.
filled me up.
In Chad, beckon with your hand face down and pull fingers towards the palm. Is it
What?
like that?
Oh, beckon. That's how you call somebody.
Come here.
Yeah,
Come
not
here,
like.
please. Yeah, I got you. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. That's in Chad.
In Finland, sauna naked even during a business sauna.
We don't do enough business saunas.
All right, so
We don't.
I listen to this though. I play
I bet
golf.
they did at Northwestern.
Yeah.
We haven't gotten to the sauna part of the story yet.
Hey, that part right there, just not even Lance's Open reminded me of this, but that part reminded me of this. So yesterday I play golf. We get done, and it is pretty hot out yesterday, right? You guys are.
Yeah, I would agree.
Play right after the show, so it's in the heat of the day. So I go into the locker room at the local club just to wet a cloth and just kind of cool myself off right before I get in the car and drive home. All right. And so to get said cloth, I have to go back to the shower area where they have the towels and the bathing cloths, right? So when you make that turn, you just basically you're looking down the row of showers. Some man is showering off with the shower door open,
right,
and just like soaping himself up. Like, I don't understand. I guess the shower door open, he's just so freaking hot, he doesn't want it to get all steamy in the shower. Okay, I'm all right with that. But maybe face the wall to soap yourself up. And he's like I come around the corner as he's soaping up all his parts, And it's just like he's facing out into the bathroom doing that. And I'm just like, that is a weird thing to do.
So he's cleaning his 7-iron right there in
Right
broad
for the whole
daylight.
world to see. And I come around the corner like, oh my God, just some old man soaping around.
here.
Yeah, what was he saying? Why was Pat Fitzgerald fired?
I don't know. I mean,
don't
he
get
was.
this.
I just thought it was weird for him.
In Indonesia, point with your thumb, not your index finger.
Hey, look right over there, Rockstar.
See, that's hard
Right
to do,
there.
by the way.
It
Much
really
easier
is.
to do it this way.
Yeah. Jim?
Yeah.
I'll come over there if I have to.
Don't you do it. I'm an American.
Saudi Arabia, never check the time when in conversation.
Oh, that is a rude thing to do.
It is.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of a hint. Hey, you're boring.
Oh, there's no doubt it's a hint.
Yeah. 11:37 right now.
Oh, you already told me you check out during trash.
Oh, did Jim say that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did he really?
He did.
Oh, he says he goes on autopilot.
Yeah, autopilot.
That's my favorite part of the show,
Yeah,
Jim.
me too.
It's mine too, but I don't have to contribute. It's
Oh,
good
okay,
without
it's autopilot.
me.
Gotcha.
Saudi Arabia, yeah, that was all right. Venezuela, place a broom behind the door to signal that you're ready for guests to leave. We do need.
That is pretty obvious.
What I do is I start cleaning up.
Do you really?
Yeah.
But there are people out there. I was in a conversation with one not long ago that just do not take social cues. Like I was in a conversation with this guy, and I gave every social cue wrap up that I am done with this conversation, and this person refused to accept any of them.
Got to be
Yeah,
traffic.
if I'm at somebody's house, though, and it's getting late, I'll just say, hey, look, you guys let me know when I need to leave if I feel like going deep that night.
Like, I mean, pretend you're talking to me, Lance. If I say, hey, man, it's so good to see you, and stick my hand out and you shake my hand, that tells you I am done with this conversation, right?
Yeah.
So guy shakes my hand, man, it's good to see you too. So, and he just keeps going in. I'm like, you have got to be kidding
You're
me.
in the shower, man. Come on.
Is this ever going to end?
Do you, when you're getting a phone call from someone and you know that that person will talk a long time, do you go on and know immediately when they're like, hey, Dunaway, what are you doing right now? Do you say, hey, I'm in the middle of something with Maggie where you can cut the conversation short? Or I'm about to walk into a meeting?
Normally, if I know they're going to talk a long time, I send it to voicemail.
I'm running a little late right now.
Yeah, but you got to take it sometime. You got to take that phone call sooner or later.
Normally, I text and say, hey, I'm going to be tied up the rest of the day. What'd you need? I just don't like talking on the phone.
We were talking AI earlier. My voice has been, it's pretty close, the AI voice. You got it again, Rocky? Oh, don't worry about it.
So I just got a call, and I think it's from Britney Spears. Apparently, her team heard about Lunsford saying she was dead, and they are not happy about it.
I mean, that is crazy. It really is.
You wouldn't say Spears that way, though.
Yeah, it falls apart after a while, but boy.
Yeah, but still, if you heard it, you'd be like, that was him
that's
talking.
Lance talking, obviously.
So Susie Doherty was chuffed, is the verb here, when a happy snap she took of her son on her iPhone turned out so well. She was happy with the sharp, color-saturated picture of him posing with mannequins at a Gucci exhibition that she had a copy printed off for her mom and entered it into a local photo competition. Now, 4 judges considered the photo. They loved it. Then they rejected it. They were suspicious it had been generated by artificial intelligence.
And it was.
I kind of think it was, too.
Doherty jokes that she's just upset she didn't win. Quote, I was flattered. She added that her 18-year-old son, Casper, thought it was hilarious. The pair had seen the Sydney's powerhouse museum exhibition of props and sets used in advertising campaigns by the luxury fashion house. She said, look, she wouldn't even know how to do an AI photo, she said. She said she's just getting her head around Chat GPT.
That's exactly what you say if you don't want people to catch you on.
I've got insider information, though.
I know nothing about college baseball. I'm just trying to bet 100,000.
By the way, I love the co-ed bathrooms over there.
Our man there is wearing, first of all, the vanity looks like it came from the Overlook Hotel in The Shining.
That's a thick coat of painting, too.
It is.
But he's got an old school Izod button up.
He does.
Yeah, I like that.
Thick chain.
Yeah,
Look at that
DMX-like chain.
Yeah, and that dude, Rob Porter Wagner's dressing room from back in the 70s.
That's a dude?
That's 2 mannequins.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, one's a male mannequin, and the other one's
okay.
identifying as a woman.
But you're right, it is Porter Wagner.
This one out of Montgomery. Police say a young child responsible for carjacking and vehicle chase Tuesday morning. I don't think there's any age appropriate to carjack, but what do you think is too young?
Too young
Like if
to
I told
carjack.
you too young, what shocks you?
I mean, you're going to need to be a teenager.
You need to at least be 15 to carjack.
Yeah, I'd say 13.
Read it over there.
Got to have your learner's permit.
8-year-old is what it says there, Lance. That does feel a little early to be carjacked.
I'm going to say this is piss poor parenting. You guys agree?
Well,
yeah, but at this point, if he's waving a gun at me, I'm going to be like, little man, if I get out of this car, what are you going to do with the car?
That's right. You don't know how to drive.
I mean,
You know what?
take
You're
my
right, Mr. Dunaway. I apologize.
No, I'd be like, dude, take my wallet. Take my watch. Just don't take the girl.
Don't take the girl. I knew it was coming.
I wrote a country song. I didn't even know it.
8-year-old boy taken into custody, later charged with first-degree robbery, attempting to elude, and certain persons forbidden to possess a firearm. He was taken to the youth detention facility. Police said the gun was recovered at the scene. Now, a witness who goes by Snake.
Oh,
Sounds so awesome.
We're going to trust his word for it.
Said he followed the vehicle from the crash scene, realized along the way the little boy was driving, called police.
Hey, it's Snake.
Snake went on to say, quote, whenever I realized the little boy, I knew I had to follow them to make sure no one got hit. And that he got caught because don't want him driving all over Montgomery, causing more accidents or hurting himself or other people.
Snake is a safety first guy. I like that.
Police, this is Mike. Snake. Snake.
Snake.
All right, Snake again.
People reveal some unspoken rules of the workplace. Brown, you're going to hate this one.
What?
You do not get to whistle in an office with other people.
Yeah. I only do it to mess with Rockstar, really. Very rarely.
Oh,
do
no,
I
you
whistle.
whistle a lot.
Okay, I whistle a lot according to Rockstar. What do I? Do I whistle a lot?
You did. You're a whistler.
Well, I'm not asking you. You've already said it.
I'm
Do I
sorry.
whistle a
No.
lot?
No. I mean, but you did whistle on the show a little bit ago. Which
I
is-
did. We were talking about, what song were you talking about, Rockstar? Oh, Call Me Al.
Yes.
Take all your vacation days, another unspoken rule of the workplace.
You know, I don't. We never did that back in the day.
That was hard. I mean,
I
there was at
know.
one point I was getting, and it
Well,
carried over from company to company, but I was getting 5 weeks.
Well, they used to say, you know, when we would do contract negotiations, they're like, how about we give you another week of vacation? We're like, how about we don't use what we have right now?
How about you just give us the money?
Yeah, how about you just pay us a little more?
That's right.
Another unspoken rule, write every email as if you were to read it out loud in court. Now, I sent one of the most unprofessional.
Okay. Sounds good.
I'll read you guys the email I sent in break. It was to a national advertiser and the guy that actually founded it. But I decided to go off the beaten path because I knew he wasn't going to respond to a business email.
Right.
So I just took my shot.
Oh, I like that,
I
Lance.
still didn't get a response,
Oh,
but
okay. Well, I like the thought.
it was something you would not want to read aloud in court. Another unspoken rule: no 8 a.m. meetings or 4 p.m. meetings.
Yes, that ought to be a law.
Well, that's just micromanaging, is what that is.
Well,
it's just trying to make sure you're at work on time or you're staying till
That's
you're
it.
supposed to go home.
Well, and I'll tell you the worst one is you hear of a place that does like mandatory 4 p.m. Friday meeting.
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't trust me enough as an employee, you just fire me.
That's right.
Like if you don't think I'm doing my job, you're telling me you don't think I'm doing my job right there.
I never understood at a place I used to work, I won't say where.
Yeah. You used to fry chicken one time.
That would mandate like sales meetings all the time. You know, I don't need my sales team inside the damn building.
Yeah,
I need you out selling.
I know that's where I don't want to see you in the building.
Why are you here?
Now,
Why are you not out?
I didn't do it, and you guys will back me up on this, and Reed really will back me up because he was my sales manager at one point. But they wanted me to put all of this stuff, I forgot what it was even called. They had some kind of computer. Yeah.
R.A.B.
Yeah.
Is this what you used to pay Lunsford to do for you?
No, I didn't get anybody to do it. I just didn't do it.
It was a waste of time.
Yeah, but they had all their salespeople.
You had to put stuff in the funnel.
Sans me. Well, this wasn't the funnel. What was it again, Lunsford?
Silo?
R.A.B.
The R.A.B. So you would put in, okay, walk-ons. This is what I'm going to get the month of July, and I feel this percentage, it's going to come through. And they wanted you to do that for every client. You had to have a certain amount and stuff. I did it
If
one
Lance
time.
even thought about it,
I never
he had
did
to put it
again.
in there. Like every salesperson, if they even thought about it, you had to put it in there.
Oh,
So I had the conversation a lot of times. Hey, not only do I do a 4-hour show, I sell, and I sell a lot up here.
The one people
Could you put
don't-
something like Tesla and like a $5 billion in July? Confidence in this?
1%.
0.2%. But
Yeah,
I
but
thought
it's
about
it.
it.
I mean, the one thing you don't want to give busy work to is to your salespeople.
That's right.
They need to be out selling.
I hate any meeting. And when Rick and Bubba worked with us, Rick Burgess and I had an agreement with one another because we had a much bigger staff then, and they would do these all-staff meetings, and they would call roll. I don't know if you guys are ever in one of those. is Sean
No.
Henniger here. You remember? And if ever one of us came up, we had an agreement. If we weren't in the room, the other one answered for us. Rick Burgess, he's here. All right. Ryan Brown?
I never remember a roll call.
It was some sort of weird. I'm not certain it was a roll call, but maybe it was like, there was some sort of roll call. I can't remember. Maybe it was one of those that is mandatory you do. So, like, the HR people had to check off that you were there.
Another unspoken rule, keep your phone on silent. I think we all do that.
Big fan of that one.
Yeah, I do that for everything.
Yeah.
That's not
I
just
do
in the
too.
office. I never even flip the thing the other way.
Yeah, that's the thing is if I'm not looking at the phone, I'm going to miss your call.
I don't want to hear it ring, frankly.
In 20 years, your family will remember all of the overtime you work, but nobody from the company will.
That is
very true.
100%.
Yep.
And finally, don't reheat fish in the microwave.
Oh, that ought to be.
It should be a fireable offense.
Yes.
Luckily, we don't have a microwave at Double Down Media.
Or fish.
Very true. Okay.
Whew. And that is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage.
Yeah,
Right.
take control today. Visit Mortgage Right at their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR. Call 205-815-9200. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Buster is coming up at the top of the hour. A couple of NFL notes when we come back right here on TNR.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
MyBookie.ag brings you our coverage of SEC Media Days 2023 live from Nashville. We'll be bringing you in-depth interviews with players, coaches, media members, and more, plus our live show every single day at a special time each afternoon. Be sure to follow us on all social media at Next Round Live so you don't miss a thing. SEC Media Days 2023 from Nashville, also brought to you by Moore's Marinades and Wing Sauces, Precision Sports Medicine, Michelson Laser Vision, and Woodbridge Wines. If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Hey, thanks to our friends at Blakely's Bouquets, by the way. Homewood right there, great sponsor of many of our platforms. They got a little surprise for my wife out in the the lobby here at Double Down Media.
Yeah, I called him and said, Maggie's coming up here. It's her birthday. Do you mind sending some flowers?
That is not true. You did not do that.
You don't know that.
I've been texting with Shelby over there.
She's lying.
And she literally says, I knew you would forget, so I took care of you.
Oh.
That's great people right there.
It's amazing. That's what that is, yeah.
Great people right there. Part of the show brought to you by our friend Dr. B. LT will tell you about Dr. B here in just a second when he gets back here. Buster Olney at the top of the hour. A couple of NFL notes for you. DeAndre Hopkins, now the betting favorite to go to the Tennessee Titans. That has gone from plus 500 to minus 300. So it looks like he's going to be a Tennessee Titan.
Yeah, you just wonder who's throwing him the football. And if it is Will Levis, is he doing so effectively? I mean, I think they obviously could use some help at receiver. But I think the bigger question is, where are they at quarterback right now? And, I mean, DeAndre Hopkins is he's certainly on the tail end of what he once was. But if it's Will Levis, how effective is Will Levis throwing him the football? I don't know the answer to that. That's a bigger question for me.
I thought he would go to a contender. Maybe the Titans are a contender.
They are in that division, and that's going to be one of the easier divisions to win.
Voted on by coaches, executive, and players. If I asked you who the best safety in the NFL is.
Oh, God, I don't even know where to go.
This may be the most underappreciated NFL career by a former Alabama player because he just doesn't get talked about enough to be the best safety in the NFL still to this day, voted on by the executives, coaches, and players of the NFL. It's Micah Fitzpatrick, who had a great career at Alabama and apparently continues to kill it for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Best safety in the NFL is Micah Fitzpatrick, according to NFL execs, coaches, and players.
I mean, look, I loved him as a Dolphin. I understand why Miami got rid of him. It was part of their rebuild. They were just trying to get rid of as much as they could and build as much from that as they could. He's a tremendous football player. And you watch him with Pittsburgh, he plays like he played at Alabama, where he was all over the field. So, I mean, it's not the first name I would have said, but you're right. It's probably one of the more underappreciated careers.
You have a thought on Micah Fitzpatrick?
Yeah, I mean, complete stud. I mean, he's lived up to expectations coming out of Alabama.
Tell us about Dr. B, proud sponsor of the show.
We were talking about Dr. B earlier in the lobby. I don't think I go hatless enough now, do I?
You don't.
Dr. B offering that Sensus Transdermal Infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using any injections. Revolutionary as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles. T3hair.net. You can call 205-319-0316.
By the way, betting favorite for Rookie of the Year, Offensive Rookie of the Year Offensive Rookie of the Year, not in any conference. Betting favorite now, if you had to take a guess, anybody that came
Bryce
from the
Young.
last draft. Bryce Young seems like it would be the guy.
I mean, that's a playoff contender, and he's going to be the starter.
Or Bijan Robinson.
The betting favorite now is Anthony Richardson.
Well, I mean, Lance, you were just saying yesterday you had read something where
I mean, I just saw you sharing reps with Gardner Minshew
that was
in camp.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be surprised at all if Minshew ends up being the starter.
Long shot, that's a good bet, according to The Athletic, who wrote this story. Plus 3,000, Dalton Kincaid, tight end for the Buffalo Bills.
Dalton Kincaid, again, got injured last year at Utah. Complete stud. And we know how tight ends, you have a dynamic tight end in the NFL, how that can change the game. And you think about with what you've got with Stephon Diggs and Josh Allen, I think he's going to be really good.
And the Defensive Player of the Year betting favorite, Georgia's Jalen Carter, the betting favorite over there on that side. A little NFL news. I think we're about 56 days away from the start of the NFL season. And, of course, camps crank up here in just a few days.
Yeah, August 3rd is Hall of Fame game. So, I mean, that's
it's 3 weeks.
That's just right around the corner.
What did I miss? Passive-aggressive way of saying, LT, get your ass back.
Brought to you by Dr. B. LT will tell us about Dr. B when he returns.
Whenever he returns to the studio.
Yeah. I didn't know if you were going to make it for the segment or not.
I had to run to the parking lot for something.
No.
I did.
You're illegally parked?
No.
It's top of the hour. One more hour to go. Buster Olney is up next right here on the next round, being brought to you in part by our friends at Bud Light from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. This is TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy lifestyle loans do not require collateral and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy lifestyle loans online at legacycreditunion.com or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Loved the discussion at the All-Star game about everything, including just seeing Shohei Ohtani interact with everyone. And as we bring in Buster, I'd love to hear Buster's thoughts of Seattle fans, their desire of wanting Shohei Ohtani up in Seattle. It seems like every fan base would love to have that guy in their uniform.
That's exactly what Freddie Freeman said on mic. It's like, I think all 30 want this guy.
Yeah.
Buster, except maybe Anaheim. Buster is with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He joins us each week courtesy of MyBookie. MyBookie.ag, code next round to be eligible for that sign-up bonus up to $1,000. MyBookie.ag, code next round. Welcome in, Buster. Hope you're doing well.
I'm doing great. Yeah, fun couple days in Seattle. The crowd was great. The ballpark is fantastic. The city is fantastic. And you're right about, all the teams wanting Ohtani. I was working in the American League dugout for ESPN Radio during the course of the All-Star game. And I asked Julio Rodriguez about all the chanting. He was like, hey, yeah, everybody wants him. There's no doubt about it, including the other All-Stars. It's always fun to hear the stories about how other All-Star players are going out of their way to find Ohtani and to ask him to sign an autograph to be there. So whether it's you're a major league owner or you're a general manager or you're a player, you're a fan, you want Ohtani.
I have a feeling we'll talk a lot with you over the next few weeks about Ohtani. I do want to ask you an All-Star game related question, though. It is a I won't say a universal complaint we get on this show about the All-Star game, but a consistent complaint. I'm curious if Major League Baseball hears this. It might be a small thing, but a lot of fans don't like them going away from their actual uniforms and wearing the generic national and American uniform. They kind of like the old school look of wearing, the Braves uniform, the Cardinals uniform, Dodgers uniform. Do you think Major League Baseball hears that?
I'm sure that they hear it, and I hear they're processing it, and they're not changing it. I'm assuming it's because they can market another jersey, another style. I grew up at a time when on national television you got to see, I was a fan of the Dodgers. It's Garvey, Say, Lopes all get introduced together. Wearing the Dodger uniforms, and they'd be standing alongside those guys with the big red machine, Rose and Bench, and I love that. I love these guys, wearing their own uniforms, and I wish they would change that, but I have no sense that they're going to be open-minded to it. Look, Major League Baseball, we've seen this with those. You guys have seen the logos now that they put on the Yankees roster, or excuse me, the Yankees uniform. Which is, to me, once you take down the Yankees uniform and put a logo on it, all bets are off. Like it does, it is. You might as well turn the players into NASCAR cars, and they'll become billboards going forward, I think.
Buster, we've talked about it. The Yankees offense much different without Aaron Judge. They fire Dylan Lawson last week. They hire Sean Casey. They're only hitting .231 as a team, 28th out of 30 right now in Major League Baseball. Sean Casey, I always enjoyed watching the guy play. I enjoyed watching him as an analyst. It is an interesting hire, though.
It is an interesting hire, and I believe this to be the case. It's the first time that Brian Cashman, who took over as the Yankees general manager in 1998, has fired a coach or manager in season, which tells you that probably some of the feedback that he was getting from inside that clubhouse was not great. And you could say maybe, he's a scapegoat or he was blamed unfairly, whatever it is, they decide to make a change. And Sean Casey, I just have been telling friends, he reminds me, he's like human 3 days of coffee and 3 cups of coffee. His personality is just off the charts. He's going to be going in when he greets the players. Hey guys, what's going on, Judgy? What's happening, G? Going up and down like, hey Rizzo, how's it going? I texted Aaron Boone the other day after he made the change, and I said, well, hopefully this helps Case, bring his personality out. He stops being so shy. He will absolutely be a change of tone. Will he be a change of result? I don't know. And just about the Yankees offense, I said this on TV today. As of this moment, Ohtani is not available, okay? The Angels they're trying to win. They're trying to make the playoffs. You can say it's a long shot. According to Fangraphs, 11% chance, 5 games out in the wild card. Trout's hurt. They're probably dead in the water. If he becomes available, I think the Yankees and people with teams think the Yankees are going to go all in on this because Stanton, Judge, Garrett Cole, Carlos Rodon, those guys are all middle-aged major leaguers. They're right in the middle of their window to win with this group of players, and maybe they pay sticker price plus 10% to get Ohtani, to come to New York for 2.5, 3 months through October to hit in Yankee Stadium as a left-handed hitter and also be an ace in that rotation. I think if Judge is healthy, watching he and Ohtani hit back-to-back, they would probably vault to being the American League favorite to win the World Series.
The Reds have been an amazing story. So has De La Cruz. 50-41 as we start the post-All-Star break games. Is their pitching staff good enough to make some noise in the postseason?
Probably not. And you framed it perfectly because I think the Reds now rank, 29th out of 30 teams in ERA. They are overcoming their pitching issues, which includes some injury problems that they've had with that offense and with the energy that Ellie De La Cruz and the other guys are playing with. Here's the thing, and we see this from time to time. Last year, the Orioles were in the race. They didn't spend anything. They actually traded away veterans at the deadline. I think the Reds are going to go in the other direction. Nick Kroll, who heads up baseball operations there, I think his reflex is to be aggressive. And because the Reds are playing well, as you mentioned, they're surging. They're in first place. I think he'll be the guy. Nick Kroll will be the guy who'll go out and talk to other teams about veteran starting pitching, which they need to hold up that end. I think he understands, what an impact this year has been on that fan base and on getting people out to their ballpark.
ESPN's Buster Olney with us each week on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, presented by MyBookie.ag, code next round, MyBookie.ag, code next round. Our director of video is Scott Forrester. He is a huge White Sox fan because of the Barons Association here in town. Yeah, I know. Trust me. We see it from Scott all the time.
He's going to Atlanta this weekend.
He's going to see him in Atlanta this weekend. He asked you how many get traded before he even gets there. Who are buyers and sellers, do you think, coming up?
So what I hear so far on the White Sox is that they're not ready to sell. Their owner, Jerry Reinsdorf, is in his mid-80s. I think it's a hard conversation for the front office to go to him and say, you know what, we should trade Lucas Giolito. We should trade some of these other guys who are going to be free agents in the fall. I think eventually they get there with those guys. I don't think you're going to see a wholesale tear down with Dylan Cease and some of their other better young players traded. But to me, when you look at the White Sox, they're kind of in the same position that the Angels are. Yeah, technically they're still in the mix in the American League Central, but the way they're playing, they stunk. Like they haven't bounced back. So Lucas Giolito, Lance Lynn, maybe some of the other guys in that lineup, they'll listen to offers for.
Better chance of a second half turnaround, the Mets or the Padres?
I actually think based on how they played, I think in terms of playing better, I think it's going to be the Mets. But I think the context for the Padres is more forgiving because they're in the National League West. Dodgers are they're not the same dominant team they've been in the past. Their pitching is going to be an issue. The Giants are better, but they're not a great team. The Diamondbacks are not a great team. You know what? If you're the Mets now, you are staring up at a mountain in terms of getting back into it, not only to win the division, which is out of the question because the Braves have been so great. People don't notice how well the Phillies are playing. Since June 3rd, they're 23-9. And guys, the Phillies have an ERA of 2.96, which is more than half a run better than any other team. And you have the Marlins. So I think that the Mets may play better than the Padres, but I think the Padres, because the division's more forgiving, have a better chance to get back into the playoff picture.
Did you quickly say, I would love to go to Seoul, South Korea to start the season next year? Are you volunteering for the Dodgers-Padres trip to Seoul?
How much fun would that be? That would be awesome. I would love to go. And my daughter is going to be in grad school, second year of grad school, actually in Japan. So I could hop, skip, and jump over to see her after I see the game.
Oh, that'll work great. I wish you hadn't said that out loud because I'm afraid HR will not let you go now.
Buster, you mentioned Sean Casey. Do you drink coffee? Are you a coffee drinker?
Oh, big time. Yeah, I'm annoying in the morning. Boog Shabby, my great colleague at ESPN, when we both lived in New York, we would travel on Saturday mornings at the same time, and he would see me in the morning from afar, and I called him on this, and he admitted it. He would see me in the morning from afar and go in another direction because I am, first off, when the alarm goes off, like 0 to 100 miles per hour in 0.2 seconds, then 2 cups of coffee thrown on top of that, absolutely ready to go.
Okay, we have our own coffee, Next Round Coffee. It's getting rave reviews. Yeah, we're going to send you some light, medium, or dark roast, ground, or whole bean. Dark, ground, or whole bean.
I will definitely take either one, but I would take ground.
Okay, dark ground to Buster. Everybody remember that.
Yep,
dark ground to Buster.
And really, we did go through a pairing process and what we liked, didn't like, and finally came up with this mixture of 100% Arabica beans.
Yeah, that's right. The coffee drinkers on our staff, they tasted a bunch of different stuff, said I like this, don't like this, and they kind of melded that together. It's getting rave reviews. I'm not a coffee guy, but we'll send you some.
I think you'll like it, Buster.
I can't wait. I am a coffee guy. I remember going to Puerto Rico, and I asked Eduardo Perez, my colleague who grew up there, about that, and he was like, oh, my God. Like, you could fly for a week on a cup of coffee from Puerto Rico.
All right, he is ESPN's Buster Olney. I am normally good about doing this, but I have forgotten to look. Where are you guys Sunday night, Buster?
We are in Anaheim.
Okay.
The Angels. Right out of the gate, we got Astros. We've got the Angels. Ohtani's not pitching, but he's going to be hitting. And, the Angels start the second half on the edge. Their first 2 series as they try to get back into this against the Astros, against the Yankees.
Oh, nice. Wow. Yeah. Congratulations.
Yes, Astros Angels, Sunday night, 6 o'clock, ESPN from Anaheim. Thank you for the time, Buster. Have a great weekend.
See you guys.
All right, buddy. Take care. Buster Olney with us each week Like all of our guests on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, he joins us courtesy of MyBookie.ag. Code next round. When you go to MyBookie.ag, you're eligible for that sign-on bonus at MyBookie.ag. Code next round. MyBookie.ag. Code next round. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere at MyBookie.ag. Code next round.
All right. The show also being brought to you by Storm Restoration Roofing. A little bit more in this segment on college football before we move on. But Storm Restoration Roofing, Greg from Pell City, wants you to get that roof intact before football season cranks up in 44 days. When's the last time you had that roof inspected? If you can't remember when, call Greg up, 205. Right there, that phone number is 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531. Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City on Facebook. You can look him up there as well. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, the best warranty in the industry, and insurance companies trust him, and they rave about the business that Greg does, and he wants to share that with you. It's a free, no-cost roof inspection on your home, 205-542-3531. Just a loose shingle can cause some water issues on your roof. Prevent that from happening by getting that roof inspection with Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing, 205-542-3531, or just look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. Texas A&M gets a 4-star recruit, Miles Davis, 4-star safety over Texas. Missouri gets a 4-star linebacker, Brian Hoff, over Arkansas and UCF. And Brad Crawford, our friend from 24/7, has a top ranking of quarterbacks in the SEC, a little better list than the one, I forget who did it last week, some guy from The Athletic, I think. I didn't like the list.
I didn't like
week.
That was the one that had KJ Jefferson. Well, never mind.
KJ Jefferson, number one on this one, too.
I don't agree with either one of them.
He is the most talented quarterback in the league.
Jaden Daniels is 2. I think Jaden was like 4th or 5th on the one.
I can't remember. I just remember not liking Jefferson being at the top.
Devin Leary's 3. I think people forget, Lance. This is from our buddy Brad Crawford, 24/7. I think people forget how good Devin Leary was before his injury at NC State.
Yeah, look, one of the reasons I thought NC State was going to be one of the surprises of 2022 and win the ACC finally was because of Devin Leary. If you go back to 2021, he was the ACC Offensive Player of the Year. Injury shortened his season, not even close to the 2021 campaign he had. But if he can come back, again, I think he's a better quarterback from what I've seen on the field than what you had in Will Levis.
Joe Milton 4th, for those that are listening and not watching. Spencer Rattler 5th. Carson Beck 6th. See, to me, that's more realistic. I forget where they had Beck last week, too. But that's more realistic. I mean, if you're the quarterback at Georgia, with that talent around you, there's a good chance you're going to be in the top half of the league as a quarterback.
I would agree, yes.
Yeah, look, he's not going to be
that tight end.
He's not going to be current LA Rams Stetson Bennett, but
who would be?
He can't be bad, right?
Rogers, Dart, Wegman, Jalen Milroe, the projected starter there from 24/7. Peyton Thorne right behind him. Brady Cook, A.J. Swan, and Graham Mertz of Florida.
I think they've got Peyton Thorne even a little bit low. I think Peyton Thorne's a better quarterback than 11th in that group. Now, can he play that way? I don't know.
Graham Mertz has been last on everyone's list.
He really has. Nobody's expecting anything out of him. And I was going to say this about Peyton Thorne is I think the concern is receiver around him. I will just say this. Had a recent conversation with somebody that is very well connected in the college football world. This is not a person at Auburn that said, he gave me a name, said, watch this receiver in the transfer portal. I'm hearing he's going to end up at Auburn. He's got to graduate first. And he's going to do that in the summer, and he'll be at Auburn next year. And he said he'll be a day one starter. So that could be some help because I think that's the thing Hugh Freeze is most worried about.
Yeah.
Is receiver.
So it's a big name.
It is not a big name, but when this person told me, he was like, go look at his numbers. I went and looked at his numbers. He was good on his level. And he said, look, Auburn is not great at receiver. This guy would be a day one starter.
Day one starter. Interesting there. Landmine believer Milroe will end up in the top 3 at quarterbacks if he's the starter. We'll see what happens. We'll be in Nashville SEC Media Days next week. Can I do this? Can I come up with, and maybe you help me, Brown, a list of little questionnaires? We can do our own quarterback list. I mean, why are we showing Brad Crawford's? Why don't we fill out a couple of those things, and next week while we're up there, we'll get little T to build some graphics.
That's a great idea.
And we'll unveil some of these and launch some of our own next week while we're at SEC Media Days. But remember, our show is 2 to 5 Central live next week. We will not be live in our normal area 9 to 1, so we're 2 to 5 Central Time next week, 2 to 5 live Central. And then during this part of the day, we'll be recording interviews and sending them out in their entirety on our social media platform as well from our studio up there at SEC Media Days, which runs Monday through Thursday, but all next week, Monday through Friday, 2 to 5 shows, 3-hour shows in the afternoon, starting next week for a week only here on the Next Round. Show being brought to you in part by our friends at Hemp Hill. We'll get to Rockstars 4 Downs coming up on the other side, Lance.
Yeah, our friends Hemp Hill want to remind you right now, 0% for 60 months for qualified customers, plus free 10-year labor warranty when you mention the Next Round. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure that HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated, independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. Hard to stop a train. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number one, your yard looks the best it can. And number two, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from the Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com.
Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows, she may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
Harbin's Outdoor brings us part of the show right here. One thing to keep in mind as we get ready for this part of the year coming back, this last half of the summer, if you will. I was on vacation, and the landscaping at the golf course I was at, I don't know if any of our viewers or listeners have played Sequoia National as part of the Harrah's up in Cherokee, that area, North Carolina. Just a beautiful golf course. And it's on the reservation up there. The amount of workers they had manicuring and keeping up the natural areas and also the flowers and stuff on that course, it was a beautiful course. I don't know if I've ever played a public course out of state as beautiful as some of the courses we have around here. Just a beautiful setup over there in the mountains.
You know what helps with the upkeep there?
What?
People losing at that casino.
Yeah, that does.
Yeah.
That's right.
They don't run out of money, do they, Lance?
Another pallet of sod? No problem.
Yeah. Hey, look, if you want your yard to look immaculate, you looking to put a pool in, we've got a guy that can do it, one-stop shop. Harbin's Outdoors, award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, hardscaping. Jeremy and his team, they do it all, from the install to the lighting, final hardscapes around the pool, everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbin's_outdoors. See it for yourself. Scotty is showing us some of the pictures over there from Harbin's. They do a great job. Call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. Harbin's, you and your home are the center of all that they do.
Okay, real honesty. Nobody lies on this answer. I got another study here, but have you ever, or your partner ever, chose to sleep in another room because of snoring or difference in temperature, anything like that? Has that ever happened for you guys?
Not for me.
Nope.
Nope.
Yeah, me either. I know Maggie's parents did that. You do, Forrester? Is it an every night thing? You're in a different room, or occasionally? Let's get Forrester back in the microphone here.
Our ideal temperatures are not the same. So
we discussed this in the back room. Somehow we just talked about evening temperature. Forrester, tell them what your wife's evening temperature is, or all day.
we keep it set at 74, which is
ooh, that's heavy.
That's a little warm for me.
That's a bit hot. Yeah.
Are you ever naked in your sauna?
Wow.
I mean, 74 is sauna-like. That's even high for me.
It's it's up there. Yeah.
I like to roll 70 during normal business hours, but when it's time to go to bed, even I crank it down to 66.
You got to get in the 60s. So you and Maggie have never. Now, did you include arguments in this?
Yeah, because you camped out for months.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I had a little separation in our marriage, is what he's saying. 18 months. 18 months.
No, I didn't say that.
I slept on a couch for 18 months.
It was pretty obvious.
Yeah.
Wow.
18 months I slept on the sports room couch.
The separation usually leave the house. I wasn't insinuating that at all.
Your old man's dead, right?
Young kids.
Yep.
But
wow.
Dunaway's back.
As I said,
I love how he's blaming Dunaway.
You were the one that started it, first of all.
What? I just said an argument. I didn't bring up you.
And I said that he camped out on the couch for months.
For months, yes.
So,
happy birthday, babe.
My in-laws
coming in the studio soon.
Always slept differently, right? They didn't sleep in the same room.
Right.
My mom and dad, they've been married now for a long, long time, and they still sleep in the same bed. Maggie and I do, at least this point in our lives. We do. But apparently there's a thing out there called sleep divorce. Millennials. Now, remind me who millennials are. That's you guys, right?
No,
that's all, everybody?
No, millennials are 30 to like 38.
Like 1981 to.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're the ones that get blamed for everything.
Give me Lunsford's.
I'm 36 and I'm right in the middle of millennials.
Do you, Laurel, every night in the same bed, or y'all separate bedrooms?
We are totally opposite temperatures. I'm actually the one that wants it warm, but I can bundle up and get through it. So we've never not slept in the same bed.
Okay.
I couldn't sleep with a snorer, though.
43.
I'm the snorer,
Snoring
so
is part of the reason. Temperatures, different work schedules, and also hogging of the covers can cause fights. Millennials, in this, 43% of millennials sleep at least one night a week in a separate bed than their partner. 43%.
Well, we've got another employee up here that sleeps separate bed.
But why one night? Like why?
Yeah, one night a week doesn't make any sense.
To make it this to count as a yes, at least one night.
At least one night. Okay,
at least one night.
Yeah,
it's one or 7 nights a week.
Yeah.
33% of Gen X. Who's Gen X? Is that getting
the generation before millennials? That's I would say Lance is Gen X.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. So me and Lance fall into Gen X. Okay.
So as we're getting younger, the sleeping in the same bed is not that important to the generations of people who are getting married later on. Now, you guys dated less than we did too. Like we were daters. We were always dating people back in the day. Young people now rarely date. Gen Z is where we are now, right?
Because they have access to everything.
Yeah, so they don't date a lot. They just hang out. So it's called now an epidemic of sleep divorce in couples in America.
That's
sleep
crazy.
divorce.
Yeah.
Well, probably because a lot of the younger people are just banging and then somebody gets up and leaves.
That's right. There you go.
My
just banging.
My wife has that.
You happy you brought this up, by the way?
I am. Boy, my wife would not stand for us sleeping separately.
Who says that? You
Daniel,
say that? Or
Daniel says that. They're both 37.
Yeah, no, I mean, we've never done it, but now my wife, we sleep different ways now. She's got one of those weighted blankets on her half of the bed.
Right.
And sleeps under that thing every night.
No, every night
And-
Maggie comes in and goes through a sequence. Because she's hot, I'm
Yeah.
cold. So she's folding over 2 top blankets onto my side to where she's down to just one sheet.
And that's the way it is. My wife is sheet, comforter, weighted blanket. I'm sheet.
Yeah, I'm not a cuddler, so I would rather
neither.
sleep by myself.
Yeah, that's what Lunsford says. The important stuff ain't sleep. So when you actually go to sleep, who cares what bed you're in?
Yeah, I mean, really.
Yeah.
And I lay diagonal when I'm sleeping by myself.
Really?
I'm going to have to tell you, though, Maggie's going to have to be the one that gets up and goes to another room because I'm out pretty quick afterwards.
Oh, wow.
I mean, it's like, oh, thank you.
That weighted blanket. Yeah, that weighted blanket, man. I
can't do them.
Like, I have, just for the heck of it, slid over on her side of the bed and gotten under that thing. And, man, that thing is heavy.
Just for the heck of it.
Well, no, that ain't going on under a weighted blanket,
Yeah,
man.
it's an ab workout.
You're right. There's more exercise. Yeah.
Let's do the 4 downs today, brought to you by our friends at Slice. 4 great locations here in town.
Again, created by the late Jeff Bajaya. His legacy lives on with his brothers, Chris and Jason, running those 4 locations. Get in, tell them the next round sent you. Lakeview, Vestavia, Montevallo, now Crestline Park. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
First down.
What is something people don't really think about during a zombie apocalypse?
The mortgage, just money in general.
Yeah.
You know, I thought one of the best images in I Am Legend was when he was going to get Sam, his dog, who had run into one of the vacant buildings, and he knew, you know, that's where the vampires or whatever the infected were. And when he was walking through that, it was an old bank, and he was just stepping on hundreds and hundreds of dollars of bills. And, you know, the image was money means nothing now.
Well, I would say like lawn maintenance. You can still maintain your lawn and clip your lawn.
Well, putting out fires. It seems like anytime you watch a zombie apocalypse movie, everything's like crumbling and smoldering in flames. Nobody's putting fires out.
Y'all
We're just
say
letting everything
that.
burn.
I think I would and I don't cut the yard now, but if you're going to live there, I would want it to. I wouldn't want weeds growing all over the place. I'd want a nice
No, but
lot.
then the zombies know you're there. Oh, look, he cut his grass. Somebody's in there.
Oh,
Yeah, he cut his grass.
Yeah, taking a shower doesn't seem as important anymore either.
That's true. That's a good
Personal
point.
hygiene.
Yeah.
That's very true.
Second down.
I'm sorry my answer ended the conversation.
it's okay.
It's all right. It's a very good one.
Hey, by the way, Sam Hartman's on SportsCenter. It does not look like Sam Hartman last year.
He's got a big neck. Do you notice how big his neck was?
Yeah.
What normal thing grosses you out?
Big necks, actually.
Well,
I
necks.
don't like
Jim,
big necks.
Actually,
necks.
Yeah, big
bad
necks.
toenails, and for the majority, guys just don't care, and that's fine if you don't care what your toenails look like. But out by the pool, the lake, whatever, guys will have like jagged, long toenails, like yellowish.
Corns.
Yeah.
Bunions.
Mine is other people eating.
I would agree with that.
Yep. It's a normal thing. I do it myself, but other people eating grosses me out. I mean, primarily being able to see it and hear it. That's the worst part.
You don't like a good apple?
Oh.
What about your kids
awful.
and your wife?
We're pretty silent eaters in the Brown house. I mean, we have dinner together, but I mean, if people aren't smacking or talking with their mouth full, are like crunching, you know, eating stuff that's really crunchy, slurping some pho or whatever, I can deal with that.
I've never been a big olive guy, rock star, so olives is my answer. Because we have these friends, Woody and Poochie, that occasionally we go to this meal with, and before we drink really expensive wine, they will have these dirty martinis, and with what is it, blue cheese stuffed olives in it.
Oh my God!
And
you never had one of those? I mean, the martini aside, the blue cheese stuffed olive is really good.
And that's what I'm getting to here. So I'm not a fan. So just to make the martini dirty, it's olive juice, right? So I don't like olives. But all of a sudden, it's like that vodka, which is basically straight vodka, a spray of vermouth, and the olive juice. That's a dirty martini, vodka martini. So I had a few, at this trip.
I would love to see you on a couple of martinis.
Just
So
hold the
the
glass.
first time I did it was I wanted to be like Woody and Poochie, and other people were ordering it, so it was FOMO for me, and I was like, I'll have one of those too. What the hell?
You didn't like it at all, did you?
No, and I started drinking it, and I was like, okay, I get this, because the olive juice sort of cuts the vodka a little bit, gives it a little salty taste, and it tastes really good.
Yeah, I can have. We did that. We did the last call with Ashley Smith, and we were in Tuscaloosa at Innisfree, and they kept bringing those vodka martinis out. And boy, I tell you, you drink 3 or 4 of those.
Get you upside down?
Oh yeah, quickly.
Yeah. They 3 is what I did, and they were like they're basically shots, right?
Big shots.
Yeah, big shots.
Yeah.
So, but olives for me is usually what I don't like. But if you stuff them with blue cheese and get me liquored up, I'll eat them.
Third down.
What is the worst thing you can say on a first date?
How many people have you slept with?
It does seem like a very forward question.
You look like my wife. You do. You favor her.
I love you. I mean, you would never take.
Yeah.
Although, did we not find out you told somebody you love them on the first date?
I didn't. I don't know if I said I love.
I said I think I'm falling in love.
I think I'm falling in love.
I may have.
Yeah.
Wait, first, I haven't heard this story.
I don't remember exactly that story. I just told this to Maggie the other day. We went to the Meadows, and when I left the show here Friday, she rode around with me while I knocked the golf ball around a bit, and we were laughing. And some song came over the speaker. Oh, it's "Peaceful, Easy Feeling."
Oh, the Eagles.
And I was like, sad story about this song. Not sad like crying, but sad for me that I was such a bad ladies' man back in the day. Like there was this girl that I'd only talked to twice when I was living in Lexington. And I was going down to the beach with friends, and she was going to be there. And back then, it was hard phones. There was no cell phone, so we'd only talked twice. I made her a mixtape before I'd even met her once, and gave her a mixtape.
Did she get in her car and drive back?
A mixtape
Michael
on the
Scott
first date?
making an N3P.
I know.
Like
How can you tell crazy before you know crazy?
We had never gone on one date, and the first time.
Did you go mixtape? Was it from tape to tape, or were you taping off like Q104?
Oh, it's real. I had a system.
Or Kicks 96 or whatever it was.
What was on your mixtape? Like Ice T's, Let's Get Butt Naked, and
it started with Peaceful, Easy Feeling.
Okay.
Because she had these great earrings that sparkled on her, whatever the line is.
That makes me think of Eagles too.
Yeah.
I like the way
Fourth down.
No, my stereo was set up, Brown. I could
tape to tape.
Yeah, I could go tape to tape or CD to tape or whatever.
Because man,
before the bookie got it,
trying to time out that DJ shutting up so that you could start. Every rose has its thorn.
Yes.
You got your finger right there on that pause button. You're just waiting for the guy, and of course he's got to post it. So I missed the first couple lyrics of the song.
You're laughing at some chat room stuff. No, you were just chuckling.
You were just
Okay,
laughing?
I thought you were.
the chat room.
Over in the chat room, Lunsford says, "Boy, you look bigger in person."
Oof. Yeah, that's probably not good.
I've heard a lot of people that are on those apps that they are very misled when they meet people in public.
Oh, it's like your senior picture from high school.
RTD4 says the girl told Rockstar her number on the very first date.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
It was a very, very, very high.
She brought it up, though,
Very
right?
high number for it. I believe I was like 23 at the time, and she was 19 or 20. I was like, wow.
Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah.
She was 19 or 20 years old, or 19 or 20 partners.
Oh, she was above that.
But she was 19 or 20 years old as well, right?
Yeah. She had exceeded her age. By far.
Is that a good barometer there? I mean, like trying to figure out if it's too many?
Well, it was an unprompted question, just like I think I'm going to have the lo mein. Well, I've had. Oh my God.
Yeah, I think she wanted you to be that extra digit.
Oh, I agree. But I said I was tired. I had to get up in the morning, and she said I don't have anywhere to be in the morning.
Yeah, I'm going right here.
I gotta go to bed. It's 6:15.
Fourth down.
What is one movie you wish you could unwatch so you could enjoy it for the very first time?
Man, there's just so many.
Shawshank probably would be it because I've watched it. I mean, Saving Private Ryan, I kind of knew what I was getting into. Shawshank was one of those that I didn't watch until well after it had come out. I know it was a box office flop.
That's the majority of people didn't.
Well, I know that, but like I didn't realize it was going to be one of my favorite movies at the time. Like going into Saving Private Ryan, knowing what it was about, knowing the subject matter, knowing Tom Hanks was involved, knowing everybody that's involved in the movie, I'm like, yeah, it's a pretty good chance I'm going to like this one, That did not surprise me. This is one of my favorite movies of all time. Shawshank, I had no earthly idea. I really didn't even know. You got to remember the time in which I watched this. I really didn't know the storyline behind Shawshank when I watched it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, all I had really seen is that famous photo of Andy Dufresne standing out in the rain holding his hands up. I didn't know the story behind it.
Which is kind of a spoiler alert.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah.
I would tell you that Crying Game probably. No,
big reveal. Wish I'd rewind.
But a lot of people are saying Sixth Sense. And, other for Brown, seeing it again would be really good.
I think a lot of people would say stuff that has a twist ending like that. Like Shutter Island was such a great movie.
That was a good one.
But that had such a twist and everything that you can see little details if you rewatch it, but you wouldn't be aware of it if you unwatched it.
What was the Harrison Ford and his wife, and he had an affair, and the person got killed, and they were blaming him?
What Lies Beneath.
Yeah.
What Lies Beneath?
That was very cheesy at the end.
Michelle Pfeiffer.
Yeah. Michelle Pfeiffer, Smoke Show.
She was. She made a comeback for a little bit.
She did for a little bit. I can't. I don't know. Too many.
Lunsford, what Fast and the Furious would you watch?
It would not be a Fast and the Furious. For me, it'd be the on your left moment when all the Avengers show up in Avengers Endgame, because that's the biggest moment in movie history that you can experience with the crowd.
Hey, Lutz, would you not want to watch the last Fast? The last Fast.
Wait, there will never be a movie like that ever again in the history of mankind.
I remember I went to Spider-Man, and was it Tobey Maguire when he jumped out of whatever dimension, and everybody's like, oh my God!
That's up there too.
Hey, what about the Fast and Furious, the last one before old boy died? Would you not want to go watch that one again?
Fast and Furious 7?
Yeah.
No, because I just would not want him to be dead so he can keep being in the movies and they wouldn't turn to garbage.
Hey, I watched...
Is Lunsford Lance trending towards Jimbo and Nick from last football season? Is this your movies?
Look, I know you're all into
thoughts?
comic book movies, but there will never be another event movie like Avengers Endgame in the history of mankind.
Yeah.
And I will stand behind that.
No, and I love Lunsford. He's not confrontational like some other people I know.
Oh, wow.
Well, I'm just saying.
Shot at you.
I'm just saying, Lance. It seems like y'all are battling now these days over movie likes and dislikes.
Just today.
I disagree with all y'all's movie
Would
takes.
you
We know
rewatch
that.
The Sound of Freedom?
Yeah, have you seen that yet, Dunaway?
I have
We've
not
gone
seen.
almost an entire show, Rockstar. You had to do it.
I know Dunaway doesn't want to get
Hold
into
on, let me
it.
poke that bear just a little bit.
Very important movie. If you haven't seen The Sound of Freedom, trust
If
me.
y'all don't know, Lance
go
saw it over the weekend.
see The Sound of Freedom.
I haven't seen it, but apparently they're
Jim.
No, go ahead.
Nope, stop.
Jim.
Go.
Jim.
I just think
Stop.
the cancel
Jim.
culture is out to get AMC theaters, because I see a lot of people posting on my Instagram that whatever theater they're watching in, the air conditioning's not
Yeah,
working.
that's silly to me.
No, I that didn't happen to me. Now, I will tell you, the Vestavia Theater's piss poor run.
Yeah.
But that's been every experience I've
It has
had.
nothing to do with Sound of Freedom.
Hey,
Yeah, you're right.
Lunsford, I saw, I rode Guardians of Galaxy at Epcot. It's the best, by far and away, the best roller coaster I've ever been on. But I'd never seen the movie, so I finally watched it over the weekend.
And?
I fell asleep. I didn't really like it. Yeah.
You fell asleep
Guardians of the Galaxy
Yeah.
with Chris Pratt.
Yeah, I wasn't a big fan.
Yeah, and I
either.
like Chris Pratt. And
it's fantastic.
I like
Yeah.
the Avenger movies, but I did not
I
like
did not like
Guardians
Guardians of the Galaxy. No.
Little mixtape in that Mom made for him.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, didn't like the movie.
Does he show up on the end of Endgame? The
Who?
greatest battle
Are you
scene?
asking me?
I'm asking
Oh, he
Lunsford.
does.
Oh, if you exist in the MCU at that point, you show up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even the little tree,
It's on your
and there
left.
was a fox, right?
Rocket Raccoon, yes,
Yeah.
all both from Guardians.
Coming from
The
guy that
green
loves-
girl.
Coming from the guy that loves dragons.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. That's true. We always forget that when he's taking shots at Lunsford movie.
Whatever.
One of your
We
favorite
grew
TV
up
shows of all
knowing
time
about
is
dragons, right?
people riding dragons. Yeah.
That is Four Downs, brought to you by our friends at Slice today.
Yeah, 4 great locations. Get in, local pizza, local ingredients for lunch or dinner. Don't forget about that $75 carry-out special, 7 nights a week. You can get the 12 wings, 2 of the specialty pizzas, half pan of salad. SliceBirmingham.com for more information.
Before Brown tells you about Tough Dog and what they've done for him, Mission Impossible, is it today that's out, or was it last night? Last week? When? What?
Tuesday night late.
Last Tuesday, this Tuesday
Yeah.
night. So have you seen it
Lunsford.
already?
Yeah, he has.
256.4 million is the Tom Cruise opening weekend record with Maverick last year, Top Gun Maverick. Do you think this Mission Impossible will hit 256.4 million? Yes or no, Lunsford?
From Tuesday to Sunday, yes. For just the weekend, probably not. If you're just counting Friday to Sunday, no, because the crazies will have gone to see it
But
Tuesday, Wednesday,
But
Thursday.
don't
I
they
was
count
asking-
opening weekend? Would it not count from your Tuesday on?
That's why I was going to
They
ask
do
Luntz.
for holiday weekends. See, this is not a holiday weekend. So, like Sound of Freedom, to use that as an example, open on the 4th. So, like, you compare Indiana Jones to the 4th, and I think for them, they're probably going to count from the 4th moving forward because of the release date and it being a holiday. But the biggest reason they did this is because Oppenheimer and Barbie next week are going to, every theater is going to go to see those two movies next week. So Tom Cruise wanted to get more than 1 week, so they got like a week and a half.
But I also think the difference is you think about the different generations that saw Top Gun in 1986, those people coming to the theater again to see this one, and then people that had never seen Top Gun. The problem with Mission Impossible, if you're not part of that franchise, you're probably not going to see it. Because I asked you the other day, I've only seen the first one, and he told me, then don't see this one because you're not going to be able to keep up with it.
Which side do you have in the Barbie movie bet? You got Barbie?
He's got Barbie.
I have Barbie.
Have we addressed the fact that it's being banned in some parts of the world, which is a done away? That is so done away.
Such a
right there.
landmine.
Yes.
Well, we can talk about it when we come back. Tell us about Tough Dog, and we can continue as Daniel says. He's got his tickets for Barbieheimer already.
Oh, he's going to see both. He's not going to help us in the bet.
It's being packaged up, by the way.
Oh, is it now?
Yeah.
Oh, really? I didn't know
Double
that.
features.
Hey, Tough Dog Coatings. I was talking to someone on the phone just yesterday who wants it outside around their pool. They do that. The pool surrounds. I was talking to somebody who wants it in Texas. Unfortunately for him, this is a Birmingham, Alabama-based company. These are Birmingham, Alabama-based businessmen that are running this company at Tough Dog. Basically, if you've ever been maybe like a high-end auto dealership, high-end garage, and you've seen those floor coatings, and you're like, boy, I'd love that in my garage. I bet that's only commercial, not residential. Oh, my friend, are you ever wrong on that? Tough Dog did it in my house. Tyler and Scott are showing you video of that right now in my house. What they do is they come in, they test the floor. There's some cracks in your garage floor. They make sure those are just superficial, that they're not foundational. And they test the moisture to make sure you don't have a moisture issue. They don't want their product to fail. It's going to fail if you've got one of those two issues. So if you pass that test, they then come in, they grind it down, they get it nice and smooth. They put in that coating and the flakes. You've already chosen the color of the coating and the color of the flakes. And what you get is an amazing looking garage floor, basement floor, pool surround that is super easy to clean. It will not crack. It will not wear out like epoxy does. It will not yellow in the sunlight. It exceeds OSHA ratings for anti-slip. You can call and get an evaluation done on your garage. Get Tough Dog out to look at it. 205-947-3639. 205-947-3639. They back this by a 15-year warranty. They're not going anywhere, and this floor ain't going anywhere. ToughDogGarageFloors.com. That is T-U-F-F, ToughDogGarageFloors.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeo.usa.birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards. And there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years.
Don't forget, SEC Media Day starts Monday. We'll be up in Nashville Sunday. Basically, everyone but Tyler and Rockstar will be up there as we give you coverage to kick off the SEC football season. Part of the show today being brought to you in part by our friends at Wayne's, celebrating 50 years with our folks at Wayne's. We're glad to team up with them to offer you great savings as a 50-year celebration. You can use the promo code TNR, that stands for the next round. Promo code TNR at checkout. Call Waynes.com or 866-WAYNES1 for a bunch of savings that includes $50 off each of their services stacked on top of each other to save $100 or $150. So put that promo code in, TNR, save $50 off of termite protection, pest control, lawn care, mosquito service. Just great programs they have, especially here in the South in the summertime for lawn care and mosquito services. You get all that with our friends at Wayne's. Again, the promo code TNR to save $50, $100, or $150 on all their services when you check out. TNR, the promo code, call Waynes.com or 866-WAYNES1. How the hell do you do a double feature Barbie and Oppenheimer? What do I do with my 6-year-old niece after Barbie while I'm watching Oppenheimer? Stick her in a Sound of Freedom theater, says Bobby. No, but they are offering, I saw this, a double feature. You buy a special price ticket and you go watch them back to back. It's called Barbieheimer.
And I will give both of those movies credit. They had done an incredible job cross-promoting both of the movies, so I think they're both going to do really well overall. I mean, as far as y'all's bet, I don't know, but like the actors from Barbie have like gone and bought Oppenheimer tickets, told everybody to go see Oppenheimer, and the actors from Oppenheimer have done the same thing. So I'll actually give them credit for that.
I was at dinner last night with Leighton, and she said that, I mean, they've got a crew going to Barbie next week. And I told them, look, I'll pay, but I'm paying the Oppenheimer.
Wow.
I didn't say that. But they are all going, and I was like, what could I don't even remember you playing with Barbies. I was like, what's the Barbie movie about? And she was like, I don't know, but it's going to be good.
I didn't play with Barbies.
Yeah, but you're getting drugged. Right. There's no way you would
I'm
go.
I'm assuming Jim didn't play with Barbies.
We never know.
I'm assuming.
He didn't have
Barbies. He had no friends.
But
I've told the story before. My 5-year-old Christmas gift, I wanted 2 things from Santa. An electric football field and that easy oven bake oven with that light bulb cook the brownies.
But that's food. That's fine.
I know, but I had the oven and the apron that went with it to make it.
Did you think that you would get 3 meals a day if you got that?
Yeah, I was hungry.
No, Lunsford, without Laurel, is there any chance that you would be going to this movie?
1,000%. Now, I'm not going to do the double feature because Oppenheimer's going to be long, but like we've been fighting back and forth, and it's been a funny thing with me and all my friends, like, who's going to get the first movie? Who's going to get that Thursday opening night, Oppenheimer or Barbie? I won because it's the only one. Oppenheimer was in Prime, but then we're going to be at Media Days, so I can't do that. So we moved it to Friday, but then we decided we're going to do our show late Friday. So then it was Oppenheimer, Barbie. Then it was Barbie, Oppenheimer. Now it's Oppenheimer, Barbie again, Saturday, Sunday.
So Barbie is being banned in
life.
Barbie is being banned in Vietnam. Now, I don't know how many tickets this is going to cost.
Ban it in China.
Yeah, China's the big one.
It's banned. But is it banned in China too? This is actually in favor of China because there's apparently, and only a Dunaway landmine can pull this one off. There is apparently in the Barbie movie a crayon-drawn map that shows a border in the South China Sea that Vietnam disputes, but China accepts.
Yes.
So they banned the movie of Vietnam. I'm like, only Dunaway could pull this one off.
This is only our second movie bet, by the way.
I know.
We don't want to talk about the first one, do we?
It's a freaking Barbie movie that is being banned for political reasons. Barbie. Not Oppenheimer,
Luckily,
which is about building a bomb of mass destruction, but Barbie, which is about a cartoon doll, basically.
Luckily, it's only being banned in Vietnam, not China. The other way around would have hurt me a lot more. It would have
hurt you a lot worse.
I still feel good on my John Wick 4 bet against Barbie, but somebody was talking about Oppenheimer has a sex scene in there with Cillian Murphy and Florence Pugh.
Yep.
Now, if you did that in Barbie with Gosling and Margot Robbie, we might have issues.
Yeah, you're losing the bet.
Yeah, I would be losing the bet.
Gosling. I mean, Margot.
One more segment to go here before we're done. Real quickly, Brown, your reaction to Rory McIlroy as they're over for the Scottish Open this week, British Open next week. So morning golf for you golf fans early this week, early next week. But Rory gets asked as he gets ready for the Scottish Open. Now with the merger, will you at one point be considered, would you consider being a captain for one of the LIV teams? And his quote was, if it was the last chance to play golf on earth, I would retire.
Yeah, I respect Rory for this because he has drawn his line in the sand with LIV, and the tour betrayed him for that. And then in the congressional hearings, it came out that the tour was basically using Rory as a bargaining chip, potentially without his knowledge, for a LIV PGA Tour merger. The Rory was basically being used as a bargaining chip after the tour basically pushed him out front to say, we got to have you fight for us. And they were betraying him and using him as a bargaining chip.
Yeah, so he says, I'll retire before I play for them. Quick break here. One more segment to go right here on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, if you're starting to thin out up top, I got a name for you, Dr. Beckenstein. You've heard me talking about him on the Next Round. He is the guy you need to see. My hair has already doubled in thickness. I've been going to Dr. B for over a year now. Make the phone call that I made, 205-319-0316. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training, and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. T3hair.net or 205-319-0316.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on the Next Round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at the Next Round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
MyBookie.ag brings you our coverage of SEC Media Days 2023 live from Nashville. We'll be bringing you in-depth interviews with players, coaches, media members, and more, plus our live show every single day at a special time each afternoon. Be sure to follow us on all social media at Next Round Live so you don't miss a thing. SEC Media Days 2023 from Nashville, also brought to you by Moore's Marinades and Wing Sauces, Precision Sports Medicine, Michelson Laser Vision, and Woodbridge Wines.
Your Butcher brings us our final segment today. A little steak bet update. Where are we right now? About 8? 7?
I have no idea.
8 or 7 steaks up for me. New York Butcher Shop, a great place to swing by there and get the best meats.
Yeah, stop by the New York Butcher Shop, pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken cut to order just for you. Chef prepared entrees, side dishes, perfect dinner to go choice for your family, ready to heat at home. Don't forget about those huge deli sandwiches and catering options for your next business lunch. 2 locations, Cava Heights, Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well done service.
All right, the last thought of the day is this. Dak Prescott's about to turn 30. If I asked you this question, Dak Prescott, if you just described his professional career to this point, as he gets ready to turn 30 going into the season, what has Dak Prescott been to you so far in the NFL?
I would go a solid B. And one of the reasons, like, you haven't gotten those end results in the postseason, and obviously he's missed almost a full season with health issues. But I never expected Dak Prescott to be a starter in the NFL.
Well, a lot of teams didn't because he was drafted in the 3rd round.
And so
or 4th round.
He's already exceeded, money-wise, career achievements, anything that he realistically could have thought would have happened to him.
I mean, he was pick 135, round 4 pick 135. So to play at the level he's played is already exceeding where he was drafted to me. So I'm with Lance. I can't give him an A because he hasn't really done anything in the postseason. And as a quarterback, that's where you're going to get in A territory no matter where you're drafted. It's what you do in the postseason. But for where he was drafted versus what he has accomplished, he has far exceeded, to me, his expectations.
So is the best football of Dak Prescott behind him or still ahead of him as he turns 30?
The Dallas Cowboys are like the biggest riddle to me. I can't figure them out, one year to the next because
13 wins last year.
Yeah. Again, they have really successful seasons, and once they get to the postseason, they don't do anything. They've got an owner that spends shit ton of money. He wants a championship more than anyone else out there, but he hasn't had one since 1996. I don't know what to expect from Dallas.
RTD4 says, as a Cowboys fan, frustrating is the word he would use. I guess I could see that. I mean, I don't know when you stop grading him on a curve. We never stopped grading Tom Brady on a curve. Now, Tom Brady was great no matter where he was drafted, but how often does it get brought up where he was drafted, right? So we always graded Tom Brady on a curve.
Well, I think they do that not to grade on the curve, just to show that, hey, it doesn't have to be a first-round pick at quarterback. But at some point, you stop saying, oh, he's done great for a 6th round. He's the greatest of all time. So at some point, you got to get over the fact that Dak was a 3rd or 4th-round pick and say, okay, you're the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys who spends a lot of money. Now what can you do for me now? Offensive line's good. You got good receivers. The defense has gotten better. You've had some quality running backs. What's missing? Has it been Dak that has cost them the postseason? I don't think it has. I think it's been other problems they've had.
Lance is right. It's a riddle. But what would you say those problems are? I don't know.
I don't either.
I mean, it always gets blamed on the quarterback. There's no doubt it's always going to get blamed on the quarterback when you don't succeed in the postseason. But I don't watch the Cowboys to say this is an obvious deficiency that is costing them these postseason games.
Hard to believe he's about to turn 30 already. Interesting as we get ready to open up NFL camps. Rockstar, you're a presidential wizard. You know all the trivia.
Okay.
First president ever to fly in a helicopter.
Flying a helicopter, I don't know. I'll go Eisenhower.
1957. Was seen at the time to be a safer way to travel than the motorcade. I never as I saw the tourist helicopters flying around the old mountains in Cherokee, North Carolina, I never looked up and said, oh, that looks safer than a motorcade.
Give me the motorcade.
Yeah, not the case. All right, that's the show today. We're back live tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time, and then again on Monday from SEC Media Days, 2 o'clock Central Time, 2 to 5 all next week. Until next time, God bless you, and God bless America.